Hello gamers, welcome back to It's Dangerous to Go Alone season number 35. I'm Kater, I'm joined today by Kindle, my co-commentator, and Fresh, who's on analysis, will be joining us in between every match.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi.
Alright. Well, Fresh will now disappear into the ether and return at the end of our first match to discuss the happenings of this set with us. Now, Kindle, are you excited for the action that we're going to be seeing today?
I am quite excited to see what's going on. I know.
Alright.
I've looked forward to this a lot myself.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've played in It's Dangerous to Go Alone a couple of times. I think I won a couple tens of seasons ago or whatever, but it's really nice to see this organization and this tournament grow. It's great. We're going to be starting off our preliminary round, Swiss best of 3, 4 rounds. Of that, we're going to be starting with Jelly Juggernauts versus Eternal Entropy. So we are in the power bracket, one of 3 brackets, Power, Wisdom, and Courage, and we're going to be staying in this bracket. Let's take a look at our teams. So it looks like we have on Eternal Entropy, we have Jason Jims, Cupid Shuffled, Fish, and Signals. So, we got Glove players, Splash, 52, Squiffer. This is a pretty well-rounded team. That is a good amount of different weapons, and I do wonder if we'll be seeing the Blob come out. I've heard a lot of suffering from Blob names recently. And on the side of Jelly Juggernauts, we have Hat, El Diego, etc., Salty Squid, and Bluey. Let's look at. We do actually have rosters with all the weapons and everything. So I'll take a look. Half being that is a Splash and Blaster. That is a good amount of range of weapons on Bluey with the Knot, the Splatter Shot, the End Zap, the 52, the Pros. So good amount of things coming out of that player. We have Diego on Squeezer and Pro, so good mid-range weapon there. And then we have Salty Squid here with the Leader and Charger, as well as the Shot and Sloshing Machine and Splash. So a good amount of flexibility out of both of those teams. We're going to be starting off here with Tower Control on Sturgeon Shipyard. What do you think about that map mode?
I from my personal playing of the mode myself, I found it to be pretty fun. I'm not sure what others think of it, but the variety of the weapons will definitely be interesting. Because, at least in my experience of solo queue, you don't always have that. So...
Yeah. We all know how solo queue is, unfortunately. And we are just starting to get into the meta. It's not been too long, just a couple of months since the release of this game anyways.
True.
So that's why we still see this variance in teams and weapon choices,
Yeah, everyone's figuring out what they want to do in this game. There's still new... I guess technology, new strategies being discovered for the game every single day. So
absolutely, and even with all of that, Sturgeon Shipyard is one of those returning maps from Splatoon 2. So these teams are gonna have a little bit of familiarity with that now. So it's not one of those completely new things, or even one of those returning ones that veterans haven't seen in a long time, like Museum, which is going to be coming up. So we have a good mix of nostalgia or familiarity, and then something a little bit new in this set here. Well, with that, I guess all we have to do now is just wait for our teams to get ready. I know we do have the lobby up. Might be a couple of minutes if we're waiting for this match to get started. Both of these teams being in the power bracket, we unfortunately won't on stream get to see Wisdom and Courage, but we're bound to have some good matches on power, and we're gonna get right into it now. Eternal Entropy versus Jelly Juggernauts, and here we go, taking a look at the rosters. All right, so it looks like we've got on one side we have the Charger coming out, as well as that Machine. Machine, of course, being a very strong weapon here in Splatoon, and being paired off with the Charger is going to be really useful. So hopefully the combination of short range, long range is going to work out pretty well there. On the other hand, we have that squeezer also going to provide a good amount of range. The knot, the splash, the shot, that's a lot of paint and a lot of firepower there. So those weapons are going to have to, ooh, just a quick double to get this match started off. So even though I think the colors are incorrect. I believe that's Eternal Entropy that had the tower there, but unfortunately having 2 down early means they have to retreat a little bit.
100%. And I did want to mention, I think that there's a lot less backline on the team with the Nautilus. I think it's Eternal. A lot less backline on that team because from what I know, Nautilus is played as a more forward-pacing weapon.
Yeah, that would be Jelly Juggernauts with the Nautilus there.
Okay, so Jelly Juggernauts has the Nautilus. There's a lot less backline on that team, so they're going to have to really keep watch of that.
Oh, a great Zuka pick here, and a second one as well to top that off.
Very good Zuka.
Unfortunately, they do go down themselves. Hopefully, they are able. I think Jelly is able to maintain a presence around that tower. That you can see, it is definitely still going forward despite that killer whale. Unfortunately, that squeeze of the Tower Rider does go down to the 52, a really powerful weapon there. So I think the momentum of this push has generally been stalled. Eternal Entropy is gonna have a little bit of time, a little bit of room to breathe here. But as you can see, Jelly Juggernauts have already made their way back into the center of the stage and have very nice control over mid. So Eternal Entropy needs to find their way back in. Oh, and with that member going down, it's going to be a lot more difficult.
It will be more difficult. The tower's staying in the middle. No one can really get anywhere. Double for Eternal. Yeah.
Ooh. The Zuka picks are coming in clutch here. Another double. You can see the little spinner around of triumph. This player here is doing so well. They do get found out here by the killer whale, but look how far up they are, even ahead of that tower. Their teammates are right back with them. The storm getting popped just as insult to injury. 2 down now on Eternal Entropy as Jelly Juggernauts are proving to be their name, a juggernaut, an unstoppable force. They come forward and they polish off this first game with a very nice KO.
And that's the knockout. The Trizuka there was really big, I have to say.
Absolutely. Yeah, that Trizuka had multiple doubles, multiple really, really crucial plays there. But of course, the rest of their team coming up and being able to play off of that is also very, very important because not only do you have to get those picks, you have to play off of them. Now that we're done with our first match, we will bring in Fresh with us. And I don't know if we have any other analysis people here, but we might. We can discuss the happenings of our first match.
Hello, and thank you. Well, that match was quite interesting to say the least. First off, the comps.
Matches are.
Yeah, the comps. First of all, both sides have interesting comps, especially with the not coming out for Jelly, I believe.
Yes, for Jelly.
Yeah. It's not a more seen weapon as much as from the last game, but still a very strong weapon.
Yeah.
Other than point sensor, but you know.
Well,
yeah.
we could talk a lot about some crowd favorite weapons getting unfortunate subs, but you know, I mean, it definitely still works even with the point sensor hampering it just a little bit. You could see that player definitely still made it work.
Yeah, again, with some things about comps, the junior picks on both sides obviously kind of staple weapons, especially for a tower with big bubbler and all in. You're able to kind of hold tower with it with more protection instead of having armor in a way. And then, you know, your more meta weapons like shot, splash, those are the things, just more of a supporting cast with bubbler, crab, sorry. And the Inkzuka, and very good shots by that Inkzuka player. I gotta give respects to that.
Absolutely, and I did completely forget to introduce another one of our analysis people. I think Chair Lily. I'm very sorry if I butchered that name, but yes, you are here. I lost track of the analysis people we have in the chat. Hopefully we'll hear from in a second. I have also made, it's okay. Stream has a little bit of bumps now and then. But we'll move on to our second map mode, Undertow Spillway Rainmaker. So, well, this is one of those, you know, the new ones where we're warming up to it. And Because I haven't played much of the game. Honestly, I've been very busy, but so I'm almost going to this with no real opinions on it. But we'll go in and we'll get started on our next game, Eternal versus Jelly. Here, take a look at these comps. We're bringing out the Hydra. I see how it is.
Hydra and Wobble.
Yeah, Hydra and Blob and Dapple's not necessarily a combination you see all that often. And then on the side of Jelly, we're going to see the return of that Nautilus. I'm pretty sure that's the same comp that they were running before, so no changes on that side, but Eternal Entropy definitely deciding to switch things up a bit. We'll see how that works out for them.
Yeah, everyone breaking the bubble here, generally keeping it in the middle. No one really getting a push yet. Getting a kill from Jelly.
Yeah,
the Trizuka back at it.
we have that faded Trizuka again. Doesn't look like it finds anything this time though. Narrowly misses that blob. Goes down in a trade, and the Rainmaker is gonna get picked up by Jelly. Unfortunately, they do lose it very quickly later, and that is a full wipeout as well. I mean, the Hydra is there, going to serve as a jump point for their teammates as they go in, try to use this time to take back control of the Rainmaker. They have that Booyah as well, which is going to give them a lot of space.
A lot of space. The wall is going to put up a barrier there. They certainly need to find a way around that. The Hydra seems to be clearing things up in the background as they clear out that wall, try to find a way around, and the wall's broken. So maybe we'll see a good push here.
Yeah, we might. Entropy having good control of the Rainmaker, the Hydra buddy being able to go up, does take out that person in the back. Really crucial kill there, and now painting the way. They take the lead, but unfortunately they're not able to make it to the checkpoint, and they do quickly go 3 down there. The shot being the only one alive. And of course you can see the members of Jelly are very quick to use this opportunity to take back control of the area around the Rainmaker. And still our scores are relatively tight, 77 to 89. We're only a minute 30 in though, so there's definitely room for a lot of interesting things to happen in this game.
A lot of very interesting things to happen. Very even game so far, really. Not a lot has changed in terms of points. Still pretty even. Jelly gets the rain and gets checkpoint here as well.
Yeah, speaking of not a lot of things happening, that checkpoint's going to be really important there. I mean, we know how that works now. The Blob, of course, very, very quick to shred the Rainmaker's shield, but unfortunately that splatter shot takes them out before they can finish the job, and now it's just a swarm around that. Jelly is able to pick up the Rainmaker again, get a couple more points on that board, gonna try and go through that uninkable. Unfortunately goes down along with their friend. They're getting it all the way to 27 though, which is pretty good considering the way that we've seen this match go so far. The pressure is now on for Entropy to pick up the slack here, and thankfully they've managed the cleanup. They managed the cleanup, although there was a little bit, I think there was a sneaky Rainmaker grab there, but finally they have the wipeout and they have the range to do what they need to do.
They're keeping the Rainmaker up there, definitely waiting for the right time to push forward, getting that zone control back. And the Rainmaker resets as they have that more zone control. The Trizuka definitely trying to pull something out there, more getting rid of the shield than anything. The wall goes back out as well. Definitely a fight for zone.
These walls definitely a nuisance, especially when you have on those kits like that. But we're gonna... Ooh, we do see the Hydra get taken out there. There is, again, the Trizuka that we were talking about. Hydra going down there is a really good pick because it means they don't have to worry about that backline all the time. I mean, we have another of the Zukas coming out. Path has been painted all the way up to Rainmaker, but it's not even been grabbed yet. Although we see the 2 down...
Ooh, the Trizuka.
I was gonna say we see the 2 down on Eternal Entropy, but that double just evens the playing field immediately, and now they are 2 down. We're quickly down 3 down there, but I don't know if sorry, this is a Jelly looking that's painted. I mixed up the colors again, but Jelly with that nice kill is going to try and go for this Rainmaker checkpoint here. That path that they painted previously is not there anymore. The Inkstorm's just gonna add insult to injury. It does look like they're gonna have a clear path to that checkpoint there, and they are able to get the score up to 60. However, with only a minute remaining, the pressure is definitely still on for them to make a really big push here.
They can definitely make a really big push here. Very good that they got rid of that wall. The Trizuka gonna get the pick. They're pushing up way further than before. They have to get all the way back there before their time can run out. With their heavy use of frontline weapons here, they could certainly see that happening, trying to break open that Rainmaker shield and get a decent push here as we have 30 seconds left in the match.
Ooh, a sneaky little drop there. They do manage to take it out. They take the lead as well, somehow managing to effortlessly walk all the way up that uninkable. And now they've gotten it all the way to 26. We got a little sneaky grab from Eternal Entropy, but it gets shut down very, very quickly. 21-16. Now these scores are tight, and we only have 10 seconds left. Jelly Juggernauts is very closely guarding this Rainmaker, trying not to let it pop, trying not to let anyone from Eternal Entropy pick it up and start overtime. And it looks like that has paid off for them as Jelly Juggernauts takes that second game.
Walls were definitely a nuisance in that one. It was close for a lot of it, and at the end it still was pretty close, but they just couldn't get that last push in that they needed.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much we saw both teams make really big pushes, really big breaks for it, and they came after the momentum of getting that first checkpoint. So after that, it really came down to which team got further up that uninkable, and it ended up being Jelly there. Now, of course, or was it not Jelly? Was it Eternal? Oh no, if I don't know if I've mixed the colors up again. I'm pretty sure it was Jelly that one, but
I think it was.
Because they had the Nautilus, right? I'm just going the team with the Nautilus is Jelly Juggernauts. We'll see that. But I do think either way though, this being a play all three and not a best of three, we will be seeing our third game on Museum d'Alfonsino Clamblitz. Now I know that a lot of people have a lot of differing opinions on Clamblitz. What do you think of it?
I personally absolutely despise Clamblitz, but that's because I mainly play solo queue. Because this is in a competitive setting, they can use a lot of teamwork to their advantage here, especially playing around that center area.
Everybody hates solo clams, you know how it is. Man. I mean, personally, I hold a bit of a fondness for Clamblitz. I do agree that it's kind of funky, you know? Like, there's really just something about it that's intrinsically different from all the game modes, and it might just be that, like, there's no one objective that you focus everything onto. Instead, you have, like, a bunch of little fights everywhere, and then you wait for someone to go down, and then you all push at the same time. But, like you said, it really tests communication and teamwork, and it is infinitely better, of course, in a controlled team environment than in solo queue.
100%, and that's what this tournament is all about, keeping that team control, teamwork going.
Yeah,
Clamblitz, Clamblitz definitely it's weird because of that there isn't that sort of object in the center, or, you know, I mean, there's checkpoints on both sides, kind of like in Rainmaker you have checkpoints on both sides, but there isn't just one object in the center that you keep focus on. Instead of it's all these little different things you have to worry about in one game, and everybody has their own fight. Yeah,
it's a lot more I guess thinly spread than the other modes. And of course, on a map like Museum, a relatively big map, as well as those spinners everywhere causing chaos. Me personally, I always really liked the appearance of this map, and when I got to play it, I really like how it plays too. So
it does play really nicely.
Mm-hmm. I do wonder if we'll be seeing the Nautilus come out again, probably because we've seen it in the past two. I mean, I don't see any reason why it's not going to come out here, but I also do wonder if Eternal Entropy is going to change their comp again, because we've seen a good amount of flexibility come out of them from those last two games, and neither of the comps that they had necessarily worked. So I do gotta wonder if they want to be a lot more cautious of that Trizuka, especially
they definitely
yeah, especially with the damage that it's been causing these past two games.
They're definitely changing their comp around, trying to find their way around that Trizuka and that Nautilus, and the Jelly Juggernauts just have this sort of comp that has continued to work for them for the past two matches. So maybe they can find that comp that just works for them and helps them get around those issues that they've had.
Well, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and Jelly Juggernauts is certainly having a good time. Although we have not seen any shortage of good plays from Eternal Entropy. We've been seeing doubles out of them. We've been seeing great pushes as well. They held the most of the game for that last Rainmaker match as well. So, although the score reads 0-2, that definitely does not tell the entire story right now.
100%. Even if they didn't win the war, they have won some of the battles. some of the smaller battles there.
Well, that's what a tournament is about, and of course, since we're in Swiss, getting 1-2 instead of getting 0-3 is a lot better because, of course, that will factor into your win percent, into your end standings, and possibly into where you are in Top Cut, whether you're in Top Cut or not, depending on how the rest of everything else goes.
I'd forget about that. That is very true. Every win here can count.
Yeah, I mean, we see that a lot in other Swiss-based tournaments. Like, I think Low Ink is a stellar example of that. You know, sometimes you have teams that, based on whether they get 0-3 or 1-2, get into different brackets or even make it to day 2 at all. And so that's why, with all of this playtime that you're guaranteed, you want to put your best foot forward in every match that you get.
You definitely do. You definitely want to get. All
right,
yes.
Here we go. Third and
Going
final
into the
match
match here.
Yeah, this first set of our ending off our first round of preliminaries here. Excuse me.
Two machines.
We got the double machine coming out.
And
We got the
brush.
Octo Brush coming out. So a couple of switches from both sides here. Eternal Entropy opting to bring out that heavy Splatling. I am a heavy Splatling enjoyer myself, as well as that Zap. And the double machine, which is going to afford a lot of aggression, a lot of those Beo Bombs, but a little bit less paint. I think that may be why the Enzap's making up for that. And then on the side of the Jelly Juggernauts, we got the Tried and True Nautilus, as well as that Octo Brush coming out for a little bit more speed. But we have the Wave Breaker coming out here, and it looks like Entropy's off to a great start with the early 2 down. And oh, this Power Clam carrier is in a bad position, and that clam falls into the water, meaning it cannot be saved.
It cannot be saved. I did want to mention their Splatter Shot is gone. There is no more Trizuka for that team. So they have to find their way around covering that sort of area that's missing in their team. Though that could be a lot more useful in this mode, as there isn't, like I said, there's not that object in the middle. It's sort of scattered, so not a lot of people are going to be as crowded unless they're at the goal at both ends of the stage.
Yeah, watching Entropy is so amusing because, you know, like, there's 2 machines, so you see one and then there's another. It looks like we've got a Zipcaster activation from the Octobrush here. Not quite entirely sure what happened there, but we do have another Trizuka pick. And a lot of clams are being tossed. It looks like Juggernauts is prepping themselves for a push here. We're seeing the use of the big spinner here. The clam does make it into the barrier, but unfortunately that splash does go down as well. And now Juggernauts are trying to find an opening, but I don't think they're going to be able to get any follow-up. They just can't get in with all the members of Entropy surrounding that basket.
Definitely seeing a good first push here for, was it Jelly getting the first power clam there.
Yeah, good first push, but could have been a lot bigger. Unfortunately, they were only able to get that first power clam in. I mean, Entropy's definitely got what it takes as well. You can see them using that Booyah Bomb and the Wave Breaker to make their way back out into mid and take a lot of control.
Definitely, yes. They just have to, you know, find their way around that comp, really, as it has been for the past few matches. Their double machine could certainly do that, as one gets the kill on the Nautilus right there. It's still
that definitely worked out for them.
Yeah.
We got one of the power clams is, I was gonna say it was left to die, but it was saved. And, well, the control in mid is actually flipping very rapidly. We're gonna see another Zipcaster from the Octobrush. Looks like they were able to get a kill there and zip away to safety. And so Juggernaut's gonna be able to put another clam for their money, bringing that Ink Storm as well. It looks like their teammates are trying to come back with some follow-up. We got a power clam jump in, and that they do make it. Makes the clam in as well, taking that all the way from 80 to 26. And they have a couple more clams. I don't know. I think that may be the end of the push as well, though, because we see a couple of members going down. It is not the end of the push. I spoke too soon. They managed to get a couple more in. Take that all the way down to 20. A very impressive 50-point push there, and now the pressure is on to Entropy yet again to use this 2 minutes to their fullest extent.
You cannot stop their pushes. As I've said from the very beginning of their comp, they have that sort of front line. Their pushes are so powerful. Along with that brush, that certainly helps with the frontline push, aside from their usual splatter shot. It definitely helps, and that you can tell with that push, because their points went down by a lot. So it's going to make a big difference for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Entropy has a good amount of control on the board right now. Actually, you can see a lot of that pink ink, but Juggernauts is very quickly coming back. See the Crab Tank pop attempt to take some more control there. Does take out the Splatling, which is very, very good there. But this Octobrush is just coming in for another sneaky claim throw and gets the pick while they're at it as well. So they are just going to be a nuisance, which is, well, the definition of Octobrush, hiding out behind that little pillow there and just taking their sweet time. They do eventually get taken out, but that is just so much more lost time for Entropy, down to only 47 seconds. Entropy now is actually carrying 3 power clams, although they're going to drop one, unfortunately, with their machine getting taken out. The Heavy making a crucial pick there, makes the jump as well. They are the only one remaining. They're able to get the power clam in, but they're forced to jump out due to their lack of backup, and so we're not going to see any follow-up from that. And the last clam getting broken as well, it means they have 20 seconds right now to make a power clam in order to begin overtime. They don't have a pity, they don't have anything to start overtime with, and they don't have enough clams just yet. With 2 members going down, I don't know if they'll be able to do that, and the Trizuka coming out might just seal their fate. They have 5 clams on them, so if the machine can just find a clam deposit, but unfortunately they do not, and our set there is going to wrap up 3-0 in the favor of Jelly Juggernauts. Well, with that concluding our exciting set, I'll bring in our analysis folks actually at the right time, because I was supposed to bring them in now and not earlier, but that is okay. Once again, if you're just joining us, I'd like to introduce you to Fresh and Lily, our friendly analysis folk. Kindle and I will take a short break. We'll be right back with round 2, and you'll get to hear the lovely voices of our analysis folks while you wait.
Hi guys.
Hello.
So, what did you think about that?
All 3 matches were quite exciting to see. Both sides' comps were both equally exciting.
I definitely thought it was very interesting for game 2, particularly the Hydra and Blob combination.
Yeah. You typically wouldn't see both in a scenario like that, especially against the comp like the other teams, where it seemed like their comp was really aggressive, and then their comp was more of just like more of a passive comp, because it had a Hydra Blob
And
Dapples.
I think, yeah, Dapples, definitely.
The Dapples, I think, was a very interesting pick, actually, because I feel like it's another weapon that you're able to use in Alteration of Zap, which is another pretty strong weapon, but I feel like it just lacks things that Zap is just overall better in, but that's just me.
Yeah, I agree. Especially for Blob. Like, I used to main it in 2 for my team, but you have to like really build around it since they're both very slow. A lot of people in the comp scene basically treat Blob as a backline at that point.
Yeah.
I also think that like that very, very first push that I think one of the teams did, they got it down to like 80 or something. I feel like that was very rushed, and like if you're gonna make a push, especially for like Rainmaker or clams, you gotta keep that coordination up with like all your specials. You gotta throw them out at the same time. You gotta figure out who's taking the Rainmaker and stuff like that. And I think it wasn't as apparent in the 3rd game, but I feel like that needed to have more emphasis on it.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say about the 3rd game?
3rd game.
Yeah.
Double machine. That's just well.
Double machine.
Just double machine. There's no way around it, honestly. But
I'm still salty about Double Machine because of last low ink and how our alpha run got ended shortly because of Double Machine.
well, Well, I do feel like the comp built around the double machine was a little weird because it did have a zap, which could provide pain, but then it also had a heavy. So,
I feel like they could have replaced it with more aggro weapons.
yeah. Especially for a mode like Clam Blitz, there's more kind of emphasis on helping with the push, and then especially with the tacticaler, I like for a mode like Clam Blitz, I don't really see very much use for it unless like your two machines are like extremely aggressive and would need that like 1 second respawn time or that extra movement. I wouldn't see a big use for it. Maybe something like an Ixuka or maybe a whale would be more useful. But
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. Also, not sure if it was in the third game. Alfonso is also a really good pick for Crab. So
yeah.
I'm not sure if there was a splash in the lobby because I kind of forgot. I didn't put it down in my notes.
I think
But
it was a splash.
yeah, I didn't see too much of the Crab action as like I wanted to see because Crab could really like abuse all the different angles and the spinner in Alfonso.
Mm-hmm. What else? The squeezer pick I actually did quite like coming from one of the teams. Just having a splash wall just kind of helps a lot with kind of stalling pushes and also having that Ixuka, which is quite a nice thing to have. And then I do think squeezer is kind of a kind of underrated weapon right now, in my opinion, because it's like still a very good main weapon, but I think people are underestimating it because it's splash wall and Ixuka, and it's not the last game's bubbler and splat bomb variant, but it's still a very good kit, and used in the right hands, it can be used very well. So I
Yeah.
would like to see a bit more squeezer in the future, but
Yeah, I agree definitely that Squeezer is very underrated at the moment, and I don't see a lot of people playing it. When used correctly, splat walls are really helpful, especially in Clan Blitz.
yeah.
I also wanted to circle around on what the commentators were speaking about earlier about like Clan Blitz and comp versus solo queue, because even though like yeah these teams are pickups, a lot of the time I felt like there could have been more special coordination against with like the two teams making pushes, like especially that double machine. If they synced up their Booyah bombs to make a proper push, that would have caused a lot of damage against the other team. Do you have anything else to say?
I'm trying to like wrap my thoughts around.
It's fine, because like I'm trying to just read off the notes I made during the game.
Yeah.
Like, and there's also a lot of talk about priorities within the game and how you get spread out really thinly in Clan Blitz too. So I wanted to touch on that. Like in Clan Blitz, especially, you gotta know what role you're taking. If you're like gonna be more objective based, are you gonna go pick for kills? Are you going to make space? Like, it's very important to know that, like, you know, like supports always like have to focus on paint and objectives. Slayers have to focus on getting picks. Backliners have to work on supporting everyone. So if you know what to do, Clan Blitz can work really well in a team's favor. So let's see what the next games are. Yeah, we'll just wait for those to pop up. So the next games are Zones Hagglefish, Tower Control Mincemeat, and Rainmaker Alfonso.
Oh, those are some interesting map modes.
Definitely. Let's talk about Zone's Hagglefish for a bit.
Yeah.
Well, Zone's Hagglefish, I call it like the miniature starfish of furry.
Yeah, it is, honestly.
Yeah. And it's way, in my opinion, it's way easier to flank than main stage itself. So, especially like I've seen like super aggro players just constantly flank you on right. So you gotta always keep that map up, especially in zones since it's like close contact and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. I do also think there's a bit of emphasis on taking control of that, I forgot like what it's called, but it's that like hut thing out of your spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, or having like a longer range weapon, having control of that area. I feel like that's has quite a bit of emphasis on it as well, and then just obviously having them easier to watch flanks and all.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I think, especially in Hacklefish zones, I feel like I'm very biased when I say it here. Junior is a really nice weapon, especially for zone.
Yeah. As a support player myself, playing Junior on this map is quite fun. I just throw bombs and somehow they work. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just the map, but bomb and Junior go burr.
Yeah, the bombs, the bubblers, it all works out perfectly for Junior.
Yeah.
What about
Let's-
Mincemeat Tower?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mincemeat
yeah.
Tower. That's not gonna lie. I'm not very fond of this map mode. Gonna be honest. I don't know why, but just this map isn't for me. I think it's just a lot. I think it's just
Yeah.
a layout.
No, I agree with you. I'm an avid disliker of Mincemeat Metalworks.
Yeah. It's
They're
Average
kinda...
Mincemeat Metalworks hater.
Yes. It's very yeah.
I was just gonna say, I'm just popping in to say that we are waiting on our lobby. So we're gonna hopefully hop into that game in just a couple of minutes, so you analysis folks can take a break from talking.
Yes, thank you.
Alright, thank you.
But yeah, Mincemeat.
The queen, the king of stalemates.
Yeah.
Every single time I play like a Mincemeat game, it's always a 4-minute long stalemate and then like 1 minute of actual playing.
Yeah, it's just like I could be in one spot for the whole game, just throwing bombs against another person for a solid like 2.5 minutes until something else happens, and then all hell breaks loose. Obviously, I don't know why, but
Yeah. All right, guys. So we our next match ready. Thank you guys so much for your analysis, and we will see the both of you at the end of this round for some more great Splatoon content. All right, if you are just joining us, I'm Kater. I'm joined here today by Kindle, my co-commentator. Those two wonderful people you just heard were Fresh and Lily, and they talked about the match that we are now going to be seeing in Innate Introduction versus Haphahazardous Holograms. Couple of relatively long names here for some very interesting teams that we will be seeing. Of course, like they said, we're going to be starting off with zones on Hagglefish, and we've got the machine coming out again on both sides this time.
Yeah, 2 machines, except there's an Exploser on the other one.
Yeah. Double bucket.
Yeah. Spidershot Jr. can provide that bubble too. That can help a lot.
The analysis folks were talking about how nice Junior is on zones with those bubblers, those bombs, and I have to agree, both Junior and Explo are weapons. Oh no, communication error! I was going to say both Junior and Explo are weapons that really shine on zones, so it's great to bring them out, but we have had an unfortunate communication error. Now, I'm not sure if that was just our streamer or if it was the entire lobby. So we will take a quick look at that and sort that issue out.
Can't play Splatoon without a communication error.
Oh man, this is a certified Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch moment. Well, yeah, not sure if that was just our streamer or if it is the whole lobby, but we'll look into that with our wonderful staff people and our streamer, and we'll take a look and see if we need to replay that or not. Oh, okay, so I'm hearing from DJM, one of our heads actually here, that was a full lobby DC. It's likely that we will be able to replay that, hopefully. So we'll get to see some more fun Splat Zones action than, just a little bit of zone capping.
Yeah. I'm interested
a little
to see...
preview of what's to come, if you will.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if their comps are going to change at all, or if they're just going to keep the same comp.
I think that comps... I don't actually know what our rules on comp changing are regarding DCs, but I think they should stay the same. I'm not entirely sure. Well, unfortunately, I did not do my homework, and I did not read I did not thoroughly read the rules. But of course, remember everybody that all the information can be found on the wonderfully managed OTD.inc, because everybody here on staff is absolutely wonderful and really does care about this event.
Of course, I also did not read those
All right,
rules,
we
so...
are going to be having a match redo, so thank you, DJM, for telling me that, and we will be seeing the redo of the match, hopefully once we get that lobby back up and running shortly. I mean, we all know how that is, it takes a couple of minutes to get everything up and running, but thankfully we will be able to see that again. All right. I do want to reflect again on the Machine Explo combo, plus that Junior, plus the dualies, which those vanilla Splat dualies are not something that you would see very often back at the very end of 2. You generally just didn't see the vanilla dualie kits at all, but of course now that it's the only dualie variant and a notable kit, we definitely see it a lot more.
Yeah, I have that crab tank that can be really useful for a lot of situations, pushes and defending. Upon any objective, really. It's just a good weapon all around for really any game mode, compared to some weapons that are useful in some game modes more than others. So it's definitely a weapon that we will see more and more in Splatoon 3.
Yeah, especially with it having that crab tank, one of those specials completely new, and people are slowly starting to explore its potential. When I first tried it out, when I was experimenting with all the weapons, I was like, this special feels really slow. It feels like it can't really do anything. But I do realize that not only does it have great range, it's pretty difficult to kill, although you can definitely get it by a couple of precise shots. And it has those cannons too, and you can still move around with it a little bit, so it is still a pretty interesting special, and I'm sure that people are going to be finding different, not necessarily exploits, but different strategies with it.
Yeah, it's definitely a versatile, adaptable sort of special, because there's a lot of ways you can use it in a lot of scenarios that it can come in handy. A lot of ways that you can get good at it and use it to your play style and your advantage. It's really interesting in that adaptability sense, I think.
A lot of the things that we're seeing in 3 are gonna be like that. It'll be... It'll be like that. Of course, we're seeing other specials such as, that Trizuka, that Ink Strike. Those are the specials that have come back from 1, so those veterans are going to be knowing a little bit more knowing of how to use those. But even still, we've had some reworks. Now, I don't, going off topic on those specials a little bit, I don't know how they worked in 1. I never had Splatoon 1, I never played it. But the whole gimmick of not being able to swim while using triple Ink Strike is something I've seen debated a little bit recently.
I do think that that's interesting, because I think that's what gives Trizuka a pretty decent amount of its power, is being able to swim while you're still using it. While in Triple Ink Strike, you just can't. You have to use it at once.
Yeah. you're stuck, jumping around trying to avoid stuff.
Yeah, you're jumping around there, trying to dance around and dodge all those shots. While with Trizuka, you can sort of navigate your way around more. It's kind of like having the Rainmaker as compared to having the Rainmaker and also not being able to swim.
Yeah, quick little update on the set we're waiting on. I believe all of our players got the 5-minute disconnect penalty, so we're gonna be here for a little bit, unfortunately. Man, Nintendo
No
really
way.
said Nintendo really said do not play Splatoon 3. But so once those players are done sitting in the timeout corner that Nintendo has banished them to, they will be back and hopefully better than ever, as we will be able to see the redo of that match.
Yeah, they got a good bit of time to think things over.
Yep, we will, just wait on that a little bit. Oh well, I mean, sometimes DCs happen, and I believe we will be seeing the same weapons and gear as well. So, oh well.
Right, I mean, we know what to expect going into it. But anything
true.
could change. Anything could change. They could play differently.
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen, as a caster, I've seen my fair share of DC replays and replays for whatever reason, and sometimes you have, I've seen many matches go in a completely different direction than they started with, a different team making a completely different opening push. It just kind of gives you a second chance, whether intentional or not,
Yeah. I'm a new caster, but I have seen things happen in other tournaments as well. I mean, other games even. It doesn't matter. You can still play differently with the same loadout that you're given, and it can make the entire difference.
Yeah, it gives you another chance to rethink what you're doing, especially since you've seen the opposing weapons of the team. Even if you can't change your own weapons, you get a little bit of thinking to do.
Yeah, you get some, I guess, like planning time in a way.
Yeah, when you're sitting there unable to enter the lobby because Nintendo said you have 2 more minutes until your temporary ban expires. Man, I mean, I get that they put this in to penalize intentional DCs, but really, now of all times.
Yeah, it's just Nintendo. What do you expect?
Nintendo moment, delaying our next wonderful Swiss round by another 5 minutes as we wait for our players.
Of course.
I don't know how long it's been. I think it's been... Has it been 5? No, it's been 5 minutes.
Well, hopefully we should be getting back into it here soon.
Yeah, it has been a grand total of... struggling to do math. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Yeah, I really struggled to do the change from 53 to 01 of the next hour. I'm sorry, chat. This is unfortunate.
This is unfortunate. My power even went out earlier, so it was kind of sad, but glad you guys are still sticking around here.
To quote, "It seems you were disconnected before the last battle could be completed. Please wait a little while and try again." A little while is so unspecific. That how long is a little while? We don't have a little while to spare. We're on stream. Chop chop. But I guess not. I guess we just have to wait. I can't even see the Smash GG chat because I don't have admin burn, so I don't know how these players are reacting. But I can't imagine.
Velvetine from HH in chat, it crashed them completely and isn't giving them a timer for when they can play again. So
the whole game
can't be sure. I'm assuming it put them back to like the title screen where you're looking at the plaza and it has pressed the triggers to.
I've never heard of that happening before.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, disconnects in this game are definitely interesting. If you can disconnect in story mode, then anything's possible.
Yeah, supposedly they fixed that with the patches, but...
I would hope they did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, disconnecting in single player is a whole nother layer of issues, I think, if you're gonna talk about that.
Yeah, there's been issues around, like, publishing games that aren't finished recently. And I'm not entirely sure if that can apply here or not, but I think in some ways it definitely can.
Yeah, I mean, well, the whole thing about publishing video games, devs get rushed a lot. So I'm not sure if this is like intentional or not, but we do know that it is inconvenient.
It is inconvenient.
Well, we'll wait just a little longer, chat, and we'll hopefully have this running in just a couple of minutes. Oh, we got an update! We are in! The lobby
We're
is working! So, Nintendo's slightly longer than 5-minute little while ban has evidently expired and is allowing our players, or at least our streamer, to begin playing the game again. So we will actually have this running in a couple of minutes and we'll be able to restart this set with a fresh slate.
Very exciting. I'm still very interested to see that machine X-Blosher combo come into play.
Oh yeah, I do want to see that in action. Explo, again, one of those weapons that really shines on splat zones with its incredible chip damage tendencies and the sheer amount of paint that that weapon puts out as well. Very, very valuable asset to have.
Very much pain, a lot of zone control, a lot of damage it puts out. It's just a really heavy weapon overall, and it's interesting to watch, especially in splat zones, more so than
heavy,
other
and you
weapons.
gotta watch your ink consumption as well. You know, that's why you got the some Exo mains even counting their shots, or you know, you always look at that ink saver main benchmark on your gear to see if you've reached the next one. Just one of those weapons where managing your ink is really, really important, especially since this kit doesn't have, you don't have the baller like you did in 2 where you have the almost the second life that you can use to get away. No, this Explo kit is sensor and ink storm, which I've heard my fair share of complaints about, and I get it.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate kit, but not the worst thing that could ever happen.
No, I mean, I guess it sort of fits for the weapon. It's a really good weapon still, so... I mean... Could have been worse, maybe? Could have been missiles.
That... Oh, don't remind me that they kept missiles in. Oh, God. I just... Oh, that every time I look at missiles and I realize just how much I dislike missiles. I know this is a very popular, this is not a hot take at all. I started off being indifferent towards them, and then like slowly, because I play Splatling, and slowly more and more I just despise them.
Yeah, as you slowly improve at the game, you start to hate missiles more and more, and...
I mean, it's not, like, it's an avoidable special, but the fact that I have to stop what I'm doing to make sure I don't get clobbered by a random thing flying out of the sky is just very... Yeah, I once heard somebody say, like, missiles force you to stop playing the game for a little bit, because you can't, you don't want to start or engage in fights when you have the threat of missiles on you. So it's just... It's very annoying, very spammable, and it breaks my heart to see that they kept it in, but hey, at least we got cool specials like Tank. We also apparently have issues with one player, so not sure what those issues are. Hopefully they do get resolved pretty quickly.
Yeah, hopefully issues do get resolved quickly, so we can get into the next match here as soon as we can.
Please, I want to see Splatoon!
I'm sure we all do.
Splatoon 3. Every time I make a Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch joke, I have to stop myself from saying Splatoon 2.
It's so just interesting. It's not... I feel like Splatoon 2 had a sort of ring to it that Splatoon 3 doesn't have, so you have to sort of adjust your mentality.
Because the word Splatoon has the 2 sound in it.
It does. It has that syllable.
So you're saying Splatoon 2, and then it sounds good. Split 3 and 3. Doesn't have the same
3 and 3. Looks like we might be getting into our match of Split 3 and 3
finally here. In the match, split 3 and 3 for the. Nope, that doesn't have the same ring to it. Okay, we are here again.
Nintendo
Innate introduction versus Haphahazardous Holograms. We have that Explo. We have the machine. We got the bow coming out as well. All right. Here we go again, and
again.
Again. I feel like the team order got reversed, but I do hope that Haphahazardous is the one in the blue. We're gonna trust the overlays, because absolutely we trust the overlays.
Yes, we do trust the overlays. Getting to see that machine X-Blosher combo. The X-Blosher keeps Innate back there. definitely as it can. It's sort of like a displacement weapon aside from a special.
Yeah, we got the crab tank getting popped. They're pretty even zone caps, as we don't see a lot of picks coming out here. We have the Killer Whale, the Booyah Bomb, the Big Bubbler, all getting popped here and there. Now we have the picks. 2 down situation for Haphahazardous Holograms, as Innate Introduction is going to use their person advantage to take over this zone and push forward, trying to regain a little bit more control. That Storm is definitely going to help out, although the zone does get neutralized. You can see, I think that's the gal on the side of Haphahazardous Holograms trying to poke their way in on the side there, not being entirely successful, especially since we have the dualies here backing up the Explo, so the flanks can't completely go through.
Yeah, the wall there certainly could have helped a little bit, but the Explosher definitely gets rid of that quick enough, and they also die to that Booyah Bomb, which could be very big for them, as they are taking the lead with that sort of push that they have, and they're pushing much further as well.
Yeah, a little bit of machine versus machine action there, as Introduction to Machine does pop their Booyah Bomb. The Explo also getting a little bit more paint onto the zone, so Holograms did have a good amount of control there, but they weren't able to quite hold onto it, and so with the combination of the Storm and all of that paint from the Explo, Introduction is going to... Oh, I might have gotten mixed up again, but Introduction is able to take back that zone, and there is a good amount of control on their side now, with Holograms being the one pretty far backed up. You can see how much blue ink is on the map right now.
There is so much zone control on Introduction's side. Holograms are definitely going to need to push, gonna find some way around that sort of zone control off the side or something to push their way back in.
Absolutely, we got the Whale getting popped here. I think we might have seen the Booyah earlier. That the machine is down, as well as the dually squelchers, which is going to be pretty big, although Introduction somehow manages to hang onto that zone for just a little bit longer. They do get a 53-point penalty finally applied, though, which is quite a lot, but Haphahazardous, unfortunately, going to immediately lose their machine and also their splash. And another member leaving the, I think that is the Bow, the only one alive, and unfortunately, they're just not going to be able to hold on to the zone like that.
They can't. Innate Introduction just has such good zone control and such control of that area. It makes it so hard for them to both push their way back into it and also keep it steady. So they could very well get rid of that penalty and maybe keep it gone for the rest of the game.
Penalties very quickly ticking down, only 14 points left. That Explo is doing everything they can to keep turf on the zone, but they're quickly getting disrupted with the absence of 2 of their teammates. Storm's going to come out. They're getting pushed from behind, though, and that flank does work out for them, so Holograms is able to take back that zone, even with the Storm in the way, and they need to clamp down hard here. That Booyah Bomb definitely going to secure them control, but they're still a little bit on the backside of this zone. They're not fully defending it yet. They need to secure all of this territory and move forward. That pick on the dualies is going to get them started, but they need to gain more ground.
They do need more ground here, as Haphahazardous is getting more of that zone control that Innate Introduction had earlier. They definitely could take lead here as well as they get that zone control. The Booyah Bomb can only do so much, but mixed with that crab tank is going to be a battle between the two.
Yeah, Crab Tank, Big Bubbler, all of that able to give control back to Introduction, but not before Holograms gets down to 14. So we're now sitting 23 to 14 with Introduction having a little bit of penalty to work through. Not too much, but not too little either, and about 48 seconds to work with here. They could definitely get a hold of the zone, but they need to keep it basically for the rest of this game. They need to get those picks on Holograms, and with that Crab Tank coming out as well as these Fizzies, it's going to be a lot more difficult than they bargained for.
A lot more difficult than they bargained for. 30 seconds left in the match. It looks like Haphahazardous could take this unless Innate gets this final push good enough and enough zone control. It's certainly a battle in the middle, the Booyah Bomb keeping them away.
They've definitely got that. This zone is being neutralized and flipping so quickly I can barely register it, but with one down on both sides, we've got pretty, almost relatively even just manpower here on both sides, but Introduction just not able to hold on to that zone for long enough, not able to neutralize it or send it into overtime, and so that's going to be Holograms with our first game win here, sorry.
The Crab Tank at the end there definitely helped keep them away with that sort of defense and attack swap that that special can do. It definitely helps at that end, aside from the bubble. as well.
Yeah, that crab tank coming in handy indeed.
They're used as
also, like,
specials.
Yeah, we also have, it's not necessarily being reflected in their comps, but we have a very high amount of blaster players on Haphazardous Holograms, interestingly enough. We have somebody who plays, we have multiple people that play rapid and range, somebody who just plays blasters in general, although the rapid and range players have a lot of flexibility, including Tetras and other dualies, 52, Tri-Stinger, 96, and then we also have another player on the Squeezer and the 52 as well. So a lot of blaster affinity out of this team here. And then in the introductions also got the, your Tetras, your Shot, your Gal, Explo and Nautilus, somebody can pull those out, as well as Splatter Scope. And somebody else has, we also have the Machine, the Flingza, the V-Jet, the Hydra, the Clash Blaster someone has listed on theirs as well. So a lot of variety out from both of these teams, just like our last set.
So much variety, and I'm very interested to see if they're going to pull out these blasters for tower control, and or Rainmaker. Either one of those blasters can be used very well. Even in Splat Zones they can be used, but I definitely think the weapons that they use in Splat Zones could benefit them more than blasters.
Yeah, that's fair with Blaster. I mean, we all know the story of it being the trade between paint and mobility and the area of effect and that sheer power that the Blaster puts out, especially with those direct kills. They can be very, very valuable. So really, it's just kind of how much do you want mobility, how much can the other weapons enable that Blaster in order to let it run around and get kills, especially somewhere like Mincemeat Metalworks Tower Control.
Yeah, tower control is interesting for Blaster because a lot of people were gathered around the Blaster. So if it can get a good enough shot, then it can wipe out a lot of people at one time and displace a lot of people at one time. In Mincemeat,
the chip damage.
In Mincemeat, everyone's sort of like, it's either everyone's in the same spot or everyone's like everywhere. There isn't really an in between there. So that's sort of what we're seeing here.
Well, those same spot moments might be really useful for that Blaster. We'll just have to see how that plays out. All right, we are in fact going to be Blaster come out here. Is that the range Blaster? I think.
Yes, that is range. That is the range Blaster along with their E-Leader. Other team has Splatter Scope. Machines on both sides, keeping the dually and the Splattershot Junior as well.
Yeah, so we are going to have the chargers come out on both sides, like you pointed out, and the machines as well. Those are a staple in the team comps we've been seeing, and so now we'll just again be seeing that fight for the tower. Of course, in this map, you have the tower's position be on top of those grates, meaning that this position going to take the tower is a little bit more vulnerable than usual, and you want to have that control over it. Crab Tank popped here. Doesn't look like it's quite finding anything. Combination with the Booyah Bomb doesn't get its hands on any picks though, and that machine going down makes it a lot more difficult. Does take one down before going down themselves, and it is going to be introduction to the first take of the tower here.
First take of tower here. They definitely had a very good stance, but I think they popped those specials a little bit too early, and that led to their downfall. So the Splattershot Juniors keeping the bubble on the tower as they probably should. The other team just finding some sort of some way to get them off that tower and get themselves on it.
Yeah, they do stop the tower, but Introduction still has a good presence here, able to pop that Booyah, buy themselves a little bit more time, get that to 50, that's halfway there, that is relatively good, especially for that first opening push. Do think Haphahazardous has finally managed to get that clean up, especially with that nice last pick from I believe this is the Blaster we're looking at here?
Yes.
Yes, there it is. There is the Blaster. I had to familiarize myself with these kits. I never knew Blaster kits. It wasn't a line of expertise for me, unfortunately, but with that, we do see the tower reset all the way back to mid in an introduction with 50 points on the board, and Holograms are looking to take more control of this mid area here, especially with the Crab Tank. You can see the Chargers facing it down, decides to cut its losses and immediately leave. But, just narrowly missing that suction bomb there. And with the machine down, Holograms does have a little bit more of an opening here.
They do have a bit of an opening. There's still the fight for the tower in the middle. It does seem like Haphahazardous gets it there. And that Crab Tank gets killed as well. That's very big for them. They could get a huge push out of this and quite possibly the lead as well.
Yeah, going around from the back is a great move by that player on Holograms there. Ooh, one dying to, I believe that was a bomb death, though. We have Introduction coming around trying to get this tower, but they are not even able to reach it. The Charger there just not being able to find that angle. We have 3 down on Introduction, the Dualies being the only one remaining, able to pull off a double somehow before they go down. So like you said, Holograms is going to be able to take the lead here. Hopefully they'll be able to get through this checkpoint too, but they need to have their teammates come back, and that is exactly what's going to happen. We have the Booyah Bomb, very nicely timed there. And although we have multiple down, I think this machine's the last one. They still managed to take those dualies out with them, but as they get all the way down to 32, what a great push from Holograms.
Huge push for Holograms, definitely. They just failed to keep Innate away from that sort of last push that they got that shoved them back into the middle. And now we're watching that fight for the middle again, as Haphahazardous sort of pushes into their zone, clearing them out.
Oh, and here's the Ink Fact being popped as well as the Big Bubbler on the tower as well. Ink Fact doesn't quite find anything, but still good displacement there. Both teams now have had their one big push, and we're looking to see if Innate Introduction can manage this follow-up and get farther than they were on their first push. Unfortunately, although they do reach pretty much the same point they were at, they do go 3 down, meaning that the push has to stop there again. They need to find a way to break this checkpoint somehow.
They definitely do need to break this checkpoint, and that seems to be what they're going to struggle with for the rest of the game here, as Haphahazardous pushes back into their spawn, back long enough so that they can get rid of the rest of those points and get a knockout, or at least run the time down.
I mean, look how far up that one player of Holograms is, and still somehow staying alive. Finally, they are taken out, but they survived for an incredibly long time there. And the leader is coming in with more picks of their own as well. Holograms know that all they have to do is just sit back in mid and prevent Introduction from taking that tower, especially where it's located on top of those grates, where you have to go over them to get to the tower. It might even work out for them, and Holograms is actually going to nudge it forward just a little bit. Under 30 seconds are left, and Introduction is really scrambling for a way to get back in. They're trying to make their way to the tower, but with their leader down, or their scope, sorry, that's going to be really, really difficult.
Sort of battle between the dually here and the Splash, but the Splash is going to take it and push into their spawn, sort of get them from the back so they can't move anymore. And that is going to be the end of the match, we see, as they also get the tower again.
Unfortunately, Introduction not able to touch that tower, take it to overtime, and so Holograms are going to bring this set up 2-1. So we're in a similar position we were with the last set, but again, remember that every single one of these games counts, and so Introduction still wants to continue playing as well as they can for this last game.
Yeah, definitely. I found the Chargers and the E-Leader, both of them benefit the rest of their team, really, with their sort of backline play. And getting rid of those crab tanks was also a huge factor in pushes for both of the teams. As you can see, the player just in the other spawn that just stayed there for a good solid like a minute or so was just pretty much entirely from that crab, because it's just that powerful of a special.
Yeah, crab just being such a good distraction special. It diverts all the attention to it. It's very commanding special of its own, so...
Yeah, it's got a lot of power to it.
We'll have our game 3 again on Museum D'Alfonsino, so a little bit of a callback to that first one, but instead of Tower, is that what we saw last time?
I think it was Clams.
Clams? It was Clams.
Was it?
Instead of
yeah, it was Clams.
I don't... They're all the same at this point.
It was one of them.
Map list. It sure was Clams. Instead of Clams, we'll be seeing Rainmaker, so... Some more checkpoints, some more golden things, but a golden fish instead of golden clams this time.
Yeah, definitely sharing that same color of a objective. However, instead of being sort of spread around the map as you would in Clams, in Rainmaker for D'Alfonso, it's definitely going to be a lot of pressure in that sort of... It's all going to be with the pressure in one area. It's either going to be in the middle or it's going to be in one of the two spawns. It's very rarely spread out across like Clamblitz in that sense.
Imagine if there were just a bunch of little Rainmakers scattered all over the map.
They all did a little bit of damage.
What a cursed idea. Alright, we'll get right into our game 3 here. Museum Rainmaker. Here we go.
Tetra Duel is a bit of a switch there.
Tetra Dualies indeed. I think we saw Tetra Dualies get mentioned on both teams though, so to see them brought out here from introduction is not too terribly big a surprise, and that charger will be staying there. So, for both teams actually. We still have that wonderful blaster leader comp, so gonna have to watch the AoE there a lot. I don't really think we saw any other switches other than those Tetra Dualies.
Yeah, the Tetra Dualie was the only switch there. Their chargers can definitely play backline in both Tower Control and Rainmaker. As they pop the shield in the Rain, it looks like Introduction's gonna take it, and from there they're gonna have to get a good push, which it looks like they seem to be managing pretty well.
Yeah, Introduction's pretty easily going to be able to make their way to... Oh! I believe I spoke too soon. Well, they made their way to the checkpoint. Unfortunately, they were not relatively easily able to get their way onto the checkpoint, which is, you know, what counts. Haphazardous Holograms were able to respawn just in time and take out that Rainmaker, although Introduction, especially with this leader here, definitely still has control over this Rainmaker. We got the Booyah Bomb popped, though, right onto that Rainmaker. It's about to reset, so I think that was 7 who grabbed it, tried to inch it forward just a little bit, unfortunately did not work. They're 2 down now as well, so I do think they'll have to cut their losses there.
They will. They're going to pop the Rainmaker again, they're going to have to push pretty forward with it. To get their push in on the other side of the map compared to as it was before. And it looks like they can definitely do that as long as they do get that checkpoint and not die, like the other team did.
They're a little bit of shade there, but they definitely did it. A very nice double coming here out of those Tetras. They're going to try and make this a triple. They do get the pick going down to the blaster, unfortunately, but still a very nice clip there. And meanwhile, that Rainmaker is going to chill out on top of the pedestal. It looks like it is about to reset. Yeah, you can see the machine here tried to get it, but unfortunately they were not able to. And they're going to turn their attention to the charger and are successful with that pick.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be somewhat of a close game here, as both teams have just one push down, and one has a check and one doesn't. So we will definitely have to see if Introduction can get that check, or if they will just not be able to manage it.
Those checkpoints being really important here. So we are actually going to continue to see a little bit more just slightly spread out fights over mid and getting onto this checkpoint here. This machine is intent on making sure this Rainmaker does not get onto there. Finally, they do get it. That is a 3 down on Holograms as well, meaning, oh, that is a delayed wipe there. The path is completely clear for Introduction to take this and run, or I guess take this and swim. The Reef Slider, the Rainmaker, so close and yet so far. The machine coming in clutch to take that just 1 point away, bring the Booyah Bomb to stave off any more members of Introduction. So, Holograms hanging on by the skin of their teeth there now need to knock it out in the remaining 2 minutes in order to win this game.
They definitely did pull in with the clutch there, but they're going to have a lot of ways to go towards the other team to make sure that they can get that knockout, because if they don't, then they will be losing, as the other team got right up there.
Yeah, and again, this is where that 2-1 is really important. Introduction on track to win this game right now, depending on how the next couple of minutes go, and that still could be very impactful in their standings. All right, Holograms is now making their way out into mid. They have some more control now. That's a good pick from the blaster there, avoiding the crab tank. Probably going to go for the 2v1 there, and we have a jump in from Introduction, which has no doubt been spotted as well. Blaster going down, which is really unfortunate though, so Introduction is able to come back and take more control.
They're holding their ground here, which is definitely crucial here. I definitely think they realize they don't exactly need to push as much as they do just need to run down the time and make sure that the other team doesn't. So it's going to be huge defense play here.
Yeah, defense play indeed. That Rainmaker in mid has no shield, and we are very quickly coming down to the end of our game. Someone from Hologram, this splash here is coming around, getting a crucial double and really opening things up for the Rainmaker. That was a great play from them, and now they're going to go forward as quickly as they possibly can. They have this crab tank, going to be a crucial special here. That's 3 down on the side of Introduction, but Holograms has also lost 2 members, and I don't know where the Rainmaker is. You can see this crab is doing everything they can to keep the area clear, but they can't keep clear for too long. We have the Rainmaker here, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it through this absolute minefield of everything from Introduction, especially with that Reef Slider. But the Reef Slider gets punished, and it looks like they're going to be able to make it a little bit further, but the Rainmaker goes down.
This might be it. I don't think they can get the push here.
Oh, we're trying to see the pop, but that's 3 down on Haphahazardous Holograms, and that is game.
That's it.
So close, but yet so far. Haphahazardous Holograms nearly getting there, but someone from Introduction able to dive down and pull that off. Our set ending 1-2. What a game.
Definitely a game. The ending there was just so very tight. Such an interesting watch, definitely. And
All right. Well, to talk about that great set, we'll bring in our wonderful analysis folks. If you are just joining us and haven't heard from them before, we've got Fresh, we've got Lily, and we've got Nugfrog with us now. So we've got 3 analysis folks, which is better than 2. Kindle and I will be back when we begin our 3rd round. Till then, listen to our great analysis folks.
Hello. Amazing set by both teams. Now not a sweep. So more to talk about, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Very strong sets from both teams there. Overall, just extremely strong, nice aggressive play, but there's also some defensive side there.
Let's talk about the first match, which was on Splat Zone's Hagglefish. Comps wise, interesting about the double whale comp with the bow and the 52 coming out along with Splash and Machine. It had a lot of aggressing and pushing power for those pushes. And for Hollow's comp, the Machine Junior dualies, which again you don't see very much, and the Explode, which is another weapon you don't see as often. It had a lot of painting power, and it also had a lot of lockout capabilities, which was quite nice to see coming, because you have an Explode and a Machine that could pressure over ranges, or over ledges, sorry, and then a Junior with splat bombs, and then dualies with its crab. It had a lot of capabilities to lock out the team out of trying to come back in.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Like, a lot of people also, I think, kind of underestimate Explo, and even though it's become more popular recently because of backliners rising again, I don't think a lot of people choose Explo too much, but it surprisingly has a lot of painting power too. Like, between the Explo and Junior, that's already a decent amount of painting. So, like, the other weapons, the Splash and the Squeezer, I think the last one was?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Squeezer, they could, like, just focus more on taking picks versus, like, trying to compensate for paint. And I also really like, I know this is an unpopular opinion, but I also really like the Stringer too, because I think the kit in Stringer is very good with the Whale and the Toxic Mist. Like, I do not like going up against Stringers personally.
With me personally, I haven't gone that up against that many Stringers other than Reflux, but we never talk about Reflux. But when I have, its pressuring capabilities is just not very fun to go up against. So I do think it's quite the underrated weapon, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Being one of the newest weapons in the game, I feel like a lot of people are learning the weapon, but there are definitely some people who have immediately like gotten into the way of like being able to play all these amazing weapons and all the new weapons that are starting to emerge in the game and immediately putting them into comps. So
let's move on to the next game, TC Mincemeat. I think one of the very important things that like the winning team had over the losing team was that they had a very strong grasp on mid control.
Yeah, both teams' comps kind of did help with that, with both teams having a charger, both teams also having a machine. But the only difference was Hollow did have a junior and V dualies as well, but Innate had a range blaster and a splash. So, I do think Hollow's comp did kind of held mid a bit better, but you know.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that as well. I do think that like on one of the pushes, I did notice that like some of the people were trying to be very greedy with the pushes and trying to keep pushing the tower forward, even though it was already like pushed enough and the rest of their teammates were down. I also really liked the charger on Half because they were really abusing their range against the other team by like pushing up and like being in their faces more as they were riding on the tower.
Mm.
Does anyone have anything else to say about TC Mincemeat?
I
want to say that. Oh, you can go.
go ahead. I have nothing else to say.
Okay. I just want to say that Blaster was a huge. It was just like a huge like competitor because you couldn't like. It was really hard to stay on that tower without like being like careful with being like pressured by that blaster there. It's just really difficult to be able to like get out of the way of that blaster.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. Now that like ink armor is non-existent, blasters have a lot more power, and I think people sometimes discredit that.
Well, if there's nothing else, I would think, let's go on to Rainmaker. Both teams decided to keep their charger players, and and Innate came off the blaster. Then Hollow came back and put on their own blaster, and then the machines stayed, unfortunately.
Not the unfortunately. I also wanted to talk about one of my earlier points in TC Mincemeat, how like people were doing like selfish pushes that would only like help boost by like 1 or 2 points. In the Rainmaker game, I've seen that also a lot. And like sometimes it does like it's necessarily needed to like just get like the lead temporarily, but at the same time like it's not really worth it in the long run. It's much better to push in with your team with all your specials and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like overall,
You can go.
overall, I just thought it was like really there was a lot of like really good pushes that happened, and there's a lot of really good pushes that got stopped like just as they were about to get on tower. Actually, as they were getting on tower, but just being canceled by one of the other players of the team, and like just thought that was really impressive on their part.
I also want to talk about the Rainmaker push as well, especially that last bit, like the last like 30 seconds of Rainmaker. That was so intense, and it really brought a run for the winning team's money, which I think was Innate. if I'm right about that.
Is there anything else anyone would like to add?
No, I think we can move on to the next map and the next match. So,
Well, with that, we have Wahoo Clamblitz, Undertow's Splat Zones, and Inkblot TC. Wahoo Clams.
All right. Thank you, wonderful analysis people. We are about to get into our next match, round 3. So we'll be hearing from you guys right after this set. So thank you, everybody. Now to get into this round 3 of Swiss. If you are just joining us, I'm Kater. I'm joined today by my co-commentator, Kindle. Those 3 people you just heard were Fresh, Lily, and Nugfrog, our wonderful analysis team. All right, so like they said, we're going to be seeing Divine Deity versus Gamy Grass on Wahoo Clams, Undertow Zones, and Inkblot Tower.
Yeah, so Wahoo Clams is sort of an interesting mode for me because it begins more open and then it closes into the middle and then it goes out again. So even though it's Clamblitz, you're still gonna see a lot of interaction between the 2 teams in more closed groups than you would normally in Clamblitz.
Yeah, definitely. It kind of funnels you into the center a little bit, so you got a little bit more interaction. I also looked up what Gamy means and Gamy Grass, since I didn't know, and apparently it can mean plucky or showing spirit, or it can mean bad smelling. So I'm choosing to believe it's the first definition and say that these are some people that are excited to be here. All right. Ooh, we got some weapons. That is a GooTuber.
Interesting.
Make a wish, everybody. You absolutely never see those ever. It's like seeing a unicorn.
YouTuber, I mean, it's becoming more and more common in the Splatoon 3
I said
meta.
unicorn, but the it's okay.
It's an interesting choice still, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Machines on both sides, so
Machines on both sides, because of course there's machines on both sides. GooTuber is, I mean, it is a choice. I guess they just really like holding their charge, but we'll see how that works out for them. We also have that roller, which is also something you don't see too terribly often, pairing that with the Hydra, so that's definitely interesting. Gamy Grass is going to be the ones to take that first pick, the first clam throw, that big bubbler there from the roller as well. And they're able to take that down to 71, which isn't too bad of a place to be for that first opening push.
Yeah, they also both have splatter shots, which I would like to mention, because they both have Trizooks, which could definitely help sort of displace people in the sort of close quarters map that it is.
Yes. Very sorry, chat. If you can't see, we can't see, so we'll wait on the scene switch for a second.
I think they can't see.
There we are. I can see now.
There we go.
I don't know if our end is different. I don't think it is.
No,
But,
I think it's different.
Okay, there we go.
aside
We're
from
back in the game, and we have 3 whole power clams on the side of Divine Deity right now. They are all doing their best to go in. The Booyah Bomb, I think, did catch one of them, and one of them goes in. Another carrier does go down. That is a full wipeout, so unfortunately, only one of the 3 formed makes its way to the intended target, and they're not able to have any follow-up. Really just a shot in the dark push there, and they did get a little bit out of it, so that's better than nothing.
Yeah, it was a very powerful push, and they still got something out of it instead of nothing, but they're gonna need a little more something to really assert them to have that dominance that they want, that Gamy Grass sort of has at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, dominance, definitely. We got another power clam, goes in, and another on its way. Very nice jump in push, taking that all the way down to 25, 22 now. And you can see the machine is able to get another clam in. Unfortunately, they and the roller both go down, leaving the shot coming back, the only one. And somehow another clam goes in. We're going to take that down to 19. which is a very nice place to be, especially with just about half of this match remaining. I mean, the pressure again is on Divine Deity. They have more power clamps too this time. They're opting to take this top route instead of the side route they were going for. One clam makes it in, the other ball looking for an opening, but it is with this GooTuber here who is trying to find a way to go forward. They are able to make that in, take that down to 47, and almost escapes, but doesn't quite, so they do go down. So they're about halfway to their goal now, but still not quite enough to stand up to 19.
Yeah, Divine definitely has that pressure because they're getting to a point where they have to be really careful to make sure the other team doesn't get like any clams in aside from their penalty points, because it could mean them the game. Compared to them, they also are beginning to get lower on the points that they need there. But it's just not as low as Gamy Grass, so they definitely need to play both defensive and offensive at once in a way.
Absolutely. We're going to be coming into our last minute and 20 seconds shortly here. Hydra has a great pick there, just fully abusing that range, and the Trizuka to back that up as well. Gamy Grass with full control of mid here, and the Hydra is exploiting it with all their might. Unfortunately, they might have to move, although no, they've got a friend, and the friend means friends don't let friends die to torpedoes. We have the Roller here trying to go in for another last-minute distracting push. Doesn't quite make it, but still does the distraction job. Booyah Bomb here, another member. The Hydra actually is the one trying to dive in for that. Also doesn't quite make it, so we have a bunch of clams sitting around the map here, despawning, and the Roller somehow comes all the way back from spawn and is able to get that in. Shot does go down, but still the Roller is such a huge distraction there. Takes another down, and that clam goes in as well, so against all odds, Gamy Grass is just taking their lead even further, getting that all the way down to 12. And every second that this clam basket is open is a second that Divine Deity can't devote to pushing forward, and they need all the time that they can get.
Yeah, speaking of seconds, there's only 15 of them left in this game, so it's looking like their lead that they just got there might be very secured. They're going to pull the missiles to displace the team as well, so I'm not sure how well it's going to go for them.
Yeah. A few minutes left. We do have that clam, so we are going to see overtime. The Tentacooler goes out. Clam, two of them actually get thrown. Both go in, take them down to 28. And they need just a little bit more, just a few more clams. Both the Charger, they're going in.
Ooh, they got it.
They get it. And there we go. Sometimes those overtime pushes really pay off. And it paid off for them, just the couple more clams, and somehow they were able to go in, just throw them in, while Gamy Grass was a little bit distracted, and, well, props to them.
That was definitely a match that we saw there. That last push was just humongous for Divine Deity there.
Absolutely, really, really nice for them. Wow, I mean, that game was definitely close, though. We saw great pushes from both sides, actually. And so, oh yes, go on.
It was really close because Gamy Grass had that dominance that we were talking about earlier that they had for that entire game, so that overtime sort of allowed them to, I guess, manipulate it towards them, and they definitely snuck it through at the end.
Absolutely, that's how Splatoon goes. You sneak things through, you can get away with it. All right, we'll go on to our next match here. We're gonna go back to Undertow Spillway, except it's Splat Zones this time. So we got our fun little double zone map. See how both of these teams take it.
The double zones are interesting because it does mean that there might be a pretty decent amount of split between the battles going on here. And I would say I sort of expect some more splatter shots or weapons with Trizuka, just because I've noticed they work really well on this map sort of up and down curve and structure of like the area that there is. The only thing that really stops it is that sort of pull in the middle. So as long as you're careful, you can sort of navigate around it. And with everybody sort of clumped up in these two different areas, the Trizuka can do a lot of damage with just those two groups.
Definitely. We've seen already just the damage that the Trizuka alone can do with all of those doubles that we've seen in the first and second sets. So I won't be surprised if we continue to see those. All right. We'll
And
see with the... Ooh, we got the Explosher brought out again, not terribly surprised. And we have the combination of the Gootuber and the Heavy Splatling, which is, I don't think that's ever something I've seen. Both of those being a little bit slower, a little bit on the charging side, but definitely fair, especially the Heavy's going to bring out that Wave Breaker, and that can reach a lot of places. Very, very early pick on the Gootuber, though, here. So both the Goo and the Heavy going down, the 3 going down, meaning the Machine's the only one alive here, and they are very quickly getting caught out of their depth.
they are, and definitely push forward for Divine Deity. They did get that splatter shot I was talking about, so they could definitely push a lot here. The Gootuber high heavy combo is just, it is really interesting. Splatoon 3 sort of brings that out in both teams, and that sort of unique play that you don't expect.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you can see that Wave Breaker sending those waves out across the map. Gamy Grass finally being able to take control of the map there, and having to watch the other Wave Breaker as well. A lot of waves getting broken here. And there is the Trizuka that we were talking about. Booyah Bomb, I think that's a crab tank that we're seeing back there. We are seeing a lot of specials, and it is going to end with Divine Deity being able to hold on to their cap for just a little bit longer, but Gamy Grass is able to come in, apply that penalty, and we haven't seen two really big pushes here yet. These scores are still relatively low when it comes to splat zones.
It is still anyone's game at the moment, and we're seeing that sort of heavy, just getting that kill and sort of using its heavy powers, and the GooTube as well. It's just such an interesting combo to see. And that Trizuka is going to shoot from across the map as well.
Yeah, that Heavy is the only one on their team alive right now, and being able to take that kill and then leave unharmed is quite the accomplishment. And there's the Anchor Instincts for you. So while Gamy Grass is in the lead, they've also gone through all of their penalty points. Divine Deity still has a good position here on the map. They have paid. They're gonna get onto the zone here and start neutralizing it. Take one zone, take the other zone, and apply penalty to Gamy Grass. So again, just this back and forth game that we are seeing from both of these teams. We're not seeing huge pushes, huge holds here yet, because both of these teams haven't been able to force a complete lockout.
Yeah, Gamy Grass does have 35, but with that penalty of 42 is going to be very hard to run down, especially with a game as close as this one, with Divine Deity currently having the sort of zone control in splat zones that you want.
Both of these zones, being relatively small, are flipping very quickly right now. We have, as you can see, as soon as one of the neutralized zones flips to Gamy Grass, the other will flip to Divine Deity. It is now in the hands of Gamy Grass, though, and Deity's doing their best to come back from it. They have the Heavy's Wave Breaker, but they need another special, probably, that will put down ground. They pop the Wave Breaker, though, and that is going to help get them kills. The Booyah Bomb tossed all the way over there and does get a pick. This is crucial. They are 3 down now on the side of Grass, and so they are going to be able to take all of this area. Look at how quickly they've run up and taken the area in front of both of these zones, and now Grass is going to have to fight to get back in.
Grass is definitely going to have a fight to get back in, because they have so much area, Divine Deity does. They're going to have to cover so much, and just find some sort of push in like that Crab Tank is sort of trying to do. Just sort of being a wall that can also fight back.
They're very quickly heading up on this penalty here. Just one more point, and there it is. There, you can see very quickly the lead goes from Grass to Deity, just like we saw in the last game. But unlike the last game, we have a whole minute left for both of these teams to fight it out. And look at that, even the penalties are within 1 point of each other. That is how closely matched these two teams are. But Deity is going to end up with a little bit more. The Explosher suffering their unfortunate fate to a torpedo. Oh, not the torpedo, the Heavy Splatling, actually, as these waves continue to be broken across the zone.
The waves are definitely being broken, and so are the captures of the zone. It just keeps flip-flopping the entire match, and just the aggression on both teams. It's really crazy how much is going on this match, and it's ridiculously close going into the 30 seconds here. It's hard to tell who's going to take the win.
This machine gets one pick, going for the second pick. You can see they're trying to predict the movement of these dualies, just not quite able to read that second roll quite enough. And Grass just has a little bit more penalty to run through. They're going to have to keep hold of this zone all the way through overtime, especially through the respawns. The dualies take a chance. It unfortunately does not pay off. The Zap is able to activate their Cooler here and run directly into this zone, neutralizing it. Gets one pick, looking for another. This Zap is absolutely hero playing right now, but the control is still in the hands of Grass. That penalty is still ticking down in the single digits right now. They are so close to getting the same win that Deity did, but they have to keep control of the zones, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. It is so close right now, but it does not come to fruition
Oh my
for them.
god.
Oh, single point penalty, both zones neutralized, being within 1 point of the win, and just not able to hold control of the zone. Oh my goodness, what a match. What a set
Easily
this has been.
the closest game out of any of the ones that we've seen so far.
Oh, this 2-0 that we're seeing on the scoreboard does not tell the whole story at all.
No, it doesn't.
Wow. And I'm so glad that this is not a best of 3, that it's a playoff 3, because we will get to see another game between these two teams who are so evenly matched. These are such good games. And we'll be wrapping up this set on Inkblot Tower Control.
Inkblot Tower Control. Not a sort of mix that I've played a lot, but it definitely seems like it's going to be an interesting one,
Really?
especially because of the sort of, I mean, just the close nature of the last 2 games.
Yeah.
There's no way it's not going to be an interesting match. I'm like convinced it's going to be
Yeah.
just so crazy, really.
And again, Inkblot, one of those stages that everybody's going to be more comfortable on. Everybody's going to know a little bit more about. I mean, of course, there are probably some small tweaks, but it's not as big a change as going into something from completely new from the game. So these teams are probably going to know, again, a little bit of what they each individually like to play. Maybe they've practiced here, maybe they haven't, but Inkblot is also a relatively common pick when in counter picks when you can't counter pick zones, and so everybody's like, okay, I guess I'll counter pick tower. So, you know, along with Sturgeon and Ancho Tower being also very common, Inkblot is one of those that a lot of players will choose to counter pick.
Yeah, Inkblot is definitely an interesting stage, especially in Splatoon 3, because if I remember correctly, they removed the trees, and it's just a lot like closer quarters than it used to be.
Huh.
There was a lot more extra ways you can navigate around in.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I haven't played
pushed
3's
away in.
Inkblot yet, so yeah, I still
Trees
see
are
some
there.
trees.
Trees
I
are there.
don't know what you're talking about, man.
Well, I don't remember them, so.
There's trees, but I can definitely see that's a little bit more open. Okay, there we go. We've got the comps, we've got the Hydra, we got the Charger, we got the machine, of course. So it looks like these teams have decided if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because they like the comps that they're going with, and that is absolutely and completely fair.
We don't see the GooTuber in the heavy return, though.
That is true.
Which,
No
I mean,
more,
I don't
no more
blame
goo.
them.
We have a regular Charger instead.
Yeah, I don't blame them. It's I definitely think that's more of a suited team for tower control, as compared to
That's fair.
Splat Zones on the last.
Yeah, early tactical
match
are
we
coming
saw.
out from this end zap there. We have a couple of the jumps in. We had the Trizuka coming out as well. Gamy Grass is going to be the first to take that. End zap unfortunately was read like a book by that Trizuka, and so the shot is the only one alive. So they got to do a bunch of maneuver here, try and stay alive. Unfortunately, does not get that pick, although they were very, very close. A heck of a movement display there as well. And so we've got the Crab Tank going to get popped by Deity, taking that all the way up to the first checkpoint, although not able to break it just yet.
Not able to break it just yet. They're keeping that pressure on the tower, keeping it in the middle, as close as all the other matches have been so far. The Splat Roller is going to get a lot of kills here as well. Very big, a lot of zone control as well. They're going to sneak into that other team's spawn, placed on that bubble, and it was just interesting push, really.
Yeah, I thought for sure they would have gotten that kill. Maybe it was just a roller hitbox moment, because we all know how that happens sometimes, but the first minute and 30 seconds, relatively uneventful other than that, really. And, whoa, roller hitbox again? What is happening? Is this roller player just really unlucky? I feel for them.
Roller player's doing all he can, but the luck just isn't on his side today.
Unfortunately. Well, I mean, there was that suction bomb kill, so that was pretty nice. Inkzuka unfortunately goes down just a little bit earlier than they would have liked to, down on the side of grass, meaning Deity is going to take this opportunity, pops that Booyah, gets on the tower. That roller player is not having a good day, although they are still alive, which is a win in my book for them. And Zap's going to pop yet another tacticaler. I wish we could see how many specials that all the players have. I'm sorry that I'm sad that they removed that.
It's very sad that they removed that. They're going to be keeping the push in. They're going to get past checkpoint 1, which is very big because the other team has not gotten past the first checkpoint yet. So they're definitely going to be pushing in a lead here as they keep the push going. They're going to crab tank, just try and keep them out, but it might be kind of hard.
Yeah, Crabtail able to get that one pick, but ooh, a second pick as well, and those picks very, very important because that Crab Tank, when they were activated, was actually the only person alive on their team. So meaning that they had that pick, following up with another pick, gonna go for another, does not quite get the trade, but man, that deep into enemy territory, really, really well done. And the fact that they got those picks means that their teammates were able to come up behind them, maintain this presence on the tower, although the Booyah Bomb might make that a lot more difficult. The Divine Deity able to make it all the way up to that second checkpoint, have not broken it yet though.
They have not. The rollers going back, getting more of that zone control, which is definitely very nice to have on tower control as the tower is coming back towards them. Definitely going to want to, use every push they can, get as far as they can through here.
Yes. Roller going around looking for picks, doing your regular roller things. Gamy Grass really does not have that many points on the board. They need to get some sort of opening, but as you can see from the overhead view there, there's just the members of Divine Deity are not letting that happen. You just saw that Booyah Bomb go off, that Tacticaler is getting popped, and even though that Zap went down there, they've pretty much immediately respawned because of the effects of that Tacticaler. The tower is inching forward ever so slightly to that first checkpoint, but it has not broken it yet, and they really need to break it soon. The pressure is on yet again, but this time it is on Gamy Grass.
The pressure definitely has switched compared to last game. We have much more of a push from Divine Deity. Watching this splatter scope try and hit the other team, and the other team's movement's really good here. So
yeah. I mean, as an anchor player myself, I know the struggle of trying to hit a moving target. Finally, though, Gamy Grass on this checkpoint, they do tick it down a little bit more, down to 78, but the jump, the Tower Rider was killed, and the subsequent jump was as well. So that checkpoint still not broken. They have just 25 seconds left to go, and that Hydra going down means they're not going to have that backline support. The Tacticaler means the members of Deity are going to come back. The Roller finally gets that kill that they wanted, but unfortunately they go down. Two more go down on Divine Deity, but they respawn very quickly and just jump right back in. Another pick on the members of Gamy Grass. We have the Booyah Bomb getting popped. I think it's just going to make it that much harder to reach the tower. And I believe that will indeed be game, ending off our set 3-0. But man, that score does not tell the whole story of what happened here.
Absolutely does not. Insane playing on both sides. Definitely not a set to forget.
Hey, Yagi, I know that person. I just realized that. All right. Well, great round 3 again. We'll bring in our great analysis folks who have been here the whole time, in fact, and we'll take a couple, just a short break, a couple minutes as commentators before we're right back at round 4, but we'll hand the mic over to Fresh, Lily, and Nugfrog.
Thank you very much. Well, that was a very, very close game, despite it being a smooth 3-0. Let's start off with plans. GooTuber.
Oh, we don't talk about the GooTuber.
What a pick.
Yeah, that was really not a pick that I don't think any of us were expecting at all to see.
Yeah, I agree.
But I will admit, it wasn't that bad of a pick. Since the other team did have a roller, missiles, and torpedo, it did help them kind of like flush out the roller and then also move out the Hydra as well, which did quite a good job.
I do really like because the camera was panned a good time on the Hydra, so we got to see a lot of their gameplay, and I really liked it because they were like taking advantage of their range, taking advantage of space, scaring off the other team until they got missiled.
Oh, missiles came into the equation, but yeah.
Can we just talk about that overtime push from Grass? Because, like, even though they didn't win, that was extremely aggressive, just constant pressure. Even if they couldn't pull off that win there to get that push for points, that was an amazing push there. Yeah.
I do agree that Grass definitely throughout the 3 games had a lot of good pushes. It was just their defense, I think, fell slightly short.
It did.
Yeah.
I did also think the roller, I think it was, did kind of start doing some little greedy pushes here and there, trying to just push in a clan without really anything to help. But the bubbler was a good pick for this one, I think, since you could always just jump to the bubbler. So
I love bubbler on clans so much. It is very useful, even when it's just doing like small things like taking mid. It is still very useful for like mini zone captures, like taking back areas of space that you need.
Anything else about Clan Blitz?
No, not really. We can move on to the second game because I want to start talking about the next maps and teams as well.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah.
Zones. Double backline coming from Divine with the Heavy and GooTuber. That was quite interesting.
Very interesting pushes. Like, the constant back and forward of the zones going. I'm like, wait, they have it now. Oh my gosh, the other team has it now. Like, it was
really
like
tense.
constant back and forth was.
Backliners are very good on Expo. For backliners on Undertow. Oh my god, I'm messing up my words. But backliners are very good for Undertow. Especially, I really also like the Expo pick. I feel like if you really like coordinate with your team, you could hypothetically get away with the double backliner as long as they're not in like the same like area, because if you have like 2 ranged weapons covering the same area, it's very like counterproductive.
Yeah.
I just want to mention the overtime in that match. Once again, very, very, very close for Divine, just trying to keep that just trying to like just constantly like being able to paint zone, and then having Grass once again repainting the zone. It's just a constant like trying to get it, but the penalty, they just couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, I agree. That was a really, really sweaty overtime. That was so stressful to watch.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Game 3. Unless if anyone has anything else to say right now.
No, I don't. But for tower control, unfortunately, Divine decided to retire the GooTuber, but instead they bring out a V-scope, and they do also bring out a NZAP and a splash and a machine, but every team has a machine, so. But Gamy also decided to bring back in the roller and bring in a Hydra. Yeah.
I felt like during that game, there was a lot of feeding that was very noticeable. Like, especially from like the Slayers, like they thought they could like get away with it, but like that necessarily did not work out in their favor. It's always very important.
I did also think that the NZAP should have maybe put up their coolers a little more up, since I kind of noticed that they're kind of just throwing them like behind the left side, and like just where like nobody had the chance to use them. So maybe putting them up a bit more while they're pushing would have benefited their front lines a little more and not die as easily, I guess.
I definitely agree that cooler placement is very important, especially if you're like an NZAP or Dapples player, so your other team can have access to it. Before I dropped NZAP, I always used to place cooler like as close to mid as I possibly could, or like by the backliner, because the backliner is always a good jump spot to go to.
Mm-hmm. Well, if there is nothing else about that map and mode, we can move on to the next round. We got
Ooh, these are interesting maps though. I really like that.
Yeah.
And what are do we have any new teams aside from Divine Deity or Gamy Grass? Why don't we talk about the Eeltail Rainmaker first? Just go in order.
I haven't played this map like at all, gonna be honest. I maybe played it like once or twice, but like Raidmaker, I don't know. I think it's kind of like Reef from the last game in a way, I feel like, but it's a lot more I forgot the word, gonna be honest.
Well, if any of the opposing teams play like a Charger, a 10, or like a 96, I think personally, because like this map is played so often in low level, like I played it in LSL, I played it in low ink, and it was in Minnow Cup earlier, even though I did not play Minnow Cup. But
yeah,
definitely it was in it since the theme was Rainmaker this month. Vac is very nice on this map, and if you coordinate your pushes well with like the Vac behind you giving you extra protection, then it is really good to at least get the first check.
Mm-hmm.
There's also two checkpoints on here. There's one that's like straight up from mid and one that is slightly to the left. From my experience, we mostly go to the left versus straight up right away. But I don't know what you guys have experienced or what you guys prefer to.
In my experience, our pushes kind of depend more on what resources that both teams kind of have in a way. It's kind of like what we have available to us and what they have. So it's like if we know that maybe they have, let's say, a crab and like maybe Booyah Bomb, we'd maybe try and bait those out so we have an easier time pushing maybe on the right side or something along those lines.
Yeah, I can see that. I personally do really like Eeltail. I think Eeltail is a very fun map to play on regardless of mode. Especially in mid, like lower and upper mid. It's a lot of fun to like try and take back mid and go back and forth.
That's fair. Let's move on to Scorch Clamp. In this map mode, pushing is, I don't know, man.
It's hard to push on this map for sure.
Yeah.
Especially since like basically the only way you can push through is by right.
Yeah. And even then, it's like the choke point for that area is like so cringe and just hard to get in, especially if they have an anchor. It's no, It's not fun.
I also want to talk about, because the way I treat this map is kind of the same way I treat Black Belly in 2 with top mid. Like, since I'm a junior player, basically, I always think about like paint control, taking control of the map, and making more space for my other teammates to take advantage of. And one of my key objectives in this map specifically, not necessarily the mode, just like the map in general, is always that top mid control. Because I play with a Charger player. He always plays 99% of the time he'll play Charger on this map. He likes having that top mid advantage, and from what I've seen, other Chargers are pretty much a fan of it, or even just in general, like when you put the bubble down, like it's a good jumping point for like shots and slayers, so they could like go across great and like create havoc.
Yeah. And it seems like we have our next teams as well. We have Better Breakpoint and Large Logic. About these guys. Breaking Point seems to have an Octobrush player, so that would be interesting to see if they come out with that.
Octobrush on Scorch is very nice, I will admit,
Yeah.
so I hope we see that. An Octoshot, Splattershot. Splattershot, Dually Squelchers, and Flingza. Nope, Backliner. I mean, there's one of the players has like an Explo too, so
Yeah.
I take back my statement.
So something I find really interesting, Large Logic, they have a 96 Gal, H3, and Squeezer player. Those are like not things that you see too often in the, like, at least that I've seen.
Not at all. Look, we've seen like Squeezer once today, but like you never see a 96 nor an H3. So that'll be interesting to see if they come out with that.
I feel like definitely for Rainmaker from Large Logic, we're gonna see a 96 because they have two 96 players here. One of them is gonna bring it out. I think that would be very nice to see, especially for the back.
Yeah.
We didn't talk too much about the third game, but I think it is Zone Sturgeon, if I remember correctly. If we can check the list. Yeah.
It's Zone Sturgeon.
Ooh.
Personally, I love Zone Sturgeon, especially on Junior. It is a fun map to play on.
You're an interesting person because I'm not necessarily a fan of this one.
Why?
I feel like it's been better since 2. I'm just not a fan of it because like it's not one of my best maps personally. I don't like it. It's also such a big zone. And also it's very easy to like poke around both directions.
I mean, yeah. I see why.
Yeah.
I mean, I just like throwing bombs and I get killed.
That is true.
And also
they're all
the bubbler
this-
placements
Yeah.
are fun to figure out.
That moment where you throw a bomb and like 3 people are trying to push up on zone and you get all 3 of them.
Exactly.
Amazing.
For Zone Sturgeon, I'm expecting to see that Explo though. Whoever from, I think it was this person? Yeah. I would like to see the Explo. I think that'd be very nice from Better Breakpoint. Thought that said Better Breakup at first, and I got really concerned with this game. What else? There's the Explo on one team. I do think also Wavebreaker is very nice for zone defense, at least. And then if you want to counter longer ranges, Splattershot would be nice. against the other team, because I feel like large logic might also bring out the Hydra,
Yeah,
especially
definitely.
for Snipe and Spinner. Ooh, that's gonna be so mean. Splatter shot, splash. I could see a nice crab going on here too from Large Logic because they have a splash player. Splatter shot, slash. A lot of their weapons actually overline with each other, which I find very interesting. So I don't know what comp Large Logic is going to come up with 3, but it would be very nice to see the Hydra.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Does anyone have anything else to say before we eventually get started?
We're actually going to get started right now, or very soon, so I'll cut you guys off there. Thank you all for your wonderful analysis. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that last set. So, we're gonna be coming back to the commentator side of things. Thank you, wonderful analysis people, Fresh, Lily, and Nug Frog. If you're just joining us, I'm Cater. I'm joined here today by Kendall.
Hello.
And like they said, for our last round of our preliminary stage, our Swish stage, we're going to be seeing Better Breakpoint versus Large Logic on these stages, and we're going to hop right into it. Alright, let's take a look at our first map mode here, that being Rainmaker on Eel Tail Alley. So, with the other Rainmaker matches that we've seen, hopefully these teams are also relatively evenly matched. We'll also have a great time watching them. We do have that Octobrush, as well as the Dually Squelchers be coming out from Large Logic here, and then we have the Hydra from Better Breakpoint, Dually Squelchers as well. We know our analysis folks were talking about that Hydra, how they'd love to see it, and they will get their wish, because we are going to be able to see the Hydra. The Roller here just gonna come down mercilessly, get that pick. Unfortunately gets picked themselves. Large Logic only with the Octobrush alive right now, so Better Breakpoint is going to pick that Rainmaker, go forward. The support of the Hydra is going to help out a lot here, likely, hopefully going to be able to get up onto this checkpoint here. And there we go, very nice first push there.
Very good first push. I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to take it back. That brush definitely can sneak its way around and come up behind you when you don't expect it. So absolutely anything could happen here. But if they get lucky, they could also get that knockout. Very good kill here as well.
Yeah, that was a great bomb pick there. Unfortunately, I believe the Hydra went for the Rainmaker and got picked off. 2 more falling on Better Breakpoint means the Splash is the only one left. So Large Logic is able to avoid possible catastrophe, possible knockout there like you were mentioning, and are going to take back control of mid, take back that Rainmaker. It looked like they're gunning for the same route that was taken for that checkpoint. Inkzuka finds 1 pick, looking for a second, gets that second pick. Very, very nice. We've seen just how powerful that special really is, and with that wipeout, Large Logic is going to take that checkpoint and likely take it further.
They absolutely could. Same position we were last time here. It does look like there's a lot more zone control, and they are going to push it for more forward on the uninkable. Though they do die, that they do stop the brush, so there's a good chance that they won't be able to serve that push anymore, especially with that grab being pulled out.
We saw in previous sets how important. Oh, the Flingza not able to get the jump on the crab, unfortunately. But I was going to say we saw in previous sets how truly important how getting far on that uninkable is, and getting up to 20. They almost got to the end of it, so that is a great place to be in. Now on a Better Breakpoint, slowly getting control of mid there, trying to get the pop on the Rainmaker. Needs to get picks on Large Logic. Needs to sniff them out, find where they are, and that's going to take the form of a couple of members dropping and forcing the members of Large Logic farther back, having to watch. Oh, the Trizuka getting counter Trizuka there, and unfortunately going down.
Yeah, Trizukas have definitely been a big part of most of our matches. They do seem to be getting a pretty good push here. They are also going to be pushing pretty far on that uninkable, taking the lead by 1.
1 point. I mean, it's almost unidentifiable the difference between the place on the Uninkable where these two teams got, but apparently the game can tell. Fling is gonna pop those missiles there, and so Large Logic regaining control of the Rainmaker, but now their pressure is onto them. They have to make a push of the same scale that they just did and get just a little bit farther on that Uninkable. They've got time. They've got a little under 2 minutes to do it, but they must be feeling the need to do that now.
They definitely do need to do that now. They seem to be getting that zone control, but they just need to. They really just need that push. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, and they're gonna. Ooh, they're getting there. There, you can see they're pushing up. They're trying to clear that space. The Flingza did get the jump on one of them, but the Flingza was able to be taken out. I believe they're just biding their time for a little bit better of a situation. Don't think they want to push on just this one down, especially when they have that wave breaker out. This Zuka, though, going to be very, very, very important as long as they place it right. The Hydra goes down. That's also going to cause a delay, but the Zuka there getting a very nicely landed pick. Doesn't quite get the second, but they know the location of their target. 1 minute left on this clock. Again, one down on both sides, and Better Breakpoint is holding out very nicely here.
Definitely holding out very nicely. They have the Rainmaker, and just as easily as they get it, they lose it. Getting rid of that roller, the Squelchers are just really pushing forward, keeping it in the middle. I'm interested to see if it can get anywhere in the last 30 seconds of the match here.
Yeah, Better Breakpoint has that the wave breaker at the ready, gonna reveal the location of those teammates too. I think we saw Zuka get popped, not sure if it's going to do enough damage. The fact is that Large Logic just cannot get the members of Better Breakpoint to get out of mid, even though they really tried. They've got the missiles as their last ditch effort, trying to find the pick here, doesn't quite find it. 2 down on Large Logic as well, although the dually Squelchers do go down here. I'm not sure whether we're gonna be able to see the cap taken in time. We have just a couple of seconds left. They need to pick up this Rainmaker. They do pick up the Rainmaker. They now need to avoid dying, and somehow they do. That's 2 down on the side of Better Breakpoint, and Large Logic, against all odds, is going to bring this closer and closer to their goal. They only have just a few more seconds, not a few seconds, but just a timer before this Rainmaker runs out. 2 down on both sides. We have a member gunning for them. The member does go down, but the Rainmaker also falls. This is forcing them to double back or to go down below instead of the above route that they were going to take. The Zuka comes out, and somehow the Rainmaker is still alive. They're trying.
Oh my.
No! I think they did. I think they were taken out. They somehow avoided the Booyah Bomb, but somebody was able to jump down, and yeah. Oh man, another one of those last minute overtime pushes that get so close but just does not quite make it.
Definitely did see one of those earlier in Clan Blitz. Always a fun thing to see. Certainly not for the team that loses it though.
I would not call that fun at all, but definitely makes good content to commentate nonetheless. But we are definitely seeing 2 very well matched teams again here in the power bracket. All right.
These matches have not let up whatsoever.
Absolutely, these teams are putting on quite the show. They are not disappointing. Let's take a look at our second map mode, Clan Blitz on Scorch Gorge.
It's an interesting combo for me again. I guess I just don't have a lot of variety in the combos that I play, but I've only really played Scorch Gorge on Splat Zones. So Scorch Gorge for Clan Blitz, I can see definitely a lot of the usual breaking apart of the teams that you would usually have with Clan Blitz. The stage doesn't really change that much of it. There's a lot of ways that you can go and a lot of ways that you can push through to the other side. It's certainly built to be an interesting match and certainly an interesting combination that can lead to a really close game.
Yeah, there's not a lot of specific gimmicks with this map mode combination. It's just, you know, your regular Clan Blitz shenanigans, of course.
It's your average Clan Blitz match, except it's not solo queue, it's competitive, so
average
you
competitive Clan Blitz enjoyer.
Yeah. you can get a lot more out of it here than you can in solo queue,
Yeah.
so it's gonna be fun to watch.
Wonder if we'll be seeing that Octobrush come back, especially, you know, a funny Clan Blitz brush, but just depends on how comfortable that player feels with. I think they were the one on the Flings, not sure. Or maybe not. No,
I could
not-
definitely see it.
maybe
yeah,
the
Brush
Squelchers or
is-
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Brush is big on Clam Blitz usually, so I don't see any reason why they couldn't, but you'll never know, really. They could have something up their sleeves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both of these teams, again, just like we've been seeing for the rest of these teams, have a good amount of variety beneath them. I mean, one of these players has Hydra, H3, Squeezer, Stamper, and 96 listed all at once. So that is quite the assortment to pick and choose from. We'll have to see if we have any comp changes here. We do have the Blaster coming out. We got the Roller. We have the Squeezer as well. So a couple of shifts, but nothing too drastic as we head into Clam Blitz.
Yeah, both teams pushing in from both sides. We have Squelchers on both teams.
again.
The Blaster is interesting because everyone's gonna be sort of split apart. So I'm interested to see how the Blaster is gonna benefit.
Yeah, Blaster a little bit slower, can get rushed down if you're not careful, so sometimes you have to be a little bit picky and choosy with your 1v1s. A little bit of sharking going on here, Squelcher versus Squelcher. Somebody just runs away. We already do have a power clam formed from Better Breakpoint, and I think the dualies are just going to make a run for it. The Blaster, unfortunately, is there, does see them, and is chasing them off, but they are going to place down that Wave Breaker, get a pick with it as well. Do not underestimate the special. Gets a second pick. Unfortunately does go down, but they still have their teammates there to pick up the clam. That teammate goes down to a Wave Breaker. This Junior, being the only one alive after that massacre, does get the power clam and picks up a couple and runs. But man, that was a couple of Wave Breaker kills in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, that was a very big push for them. If their crab tank could have lasted a little longer, I think they probably could have gotten even more than they already got from it. So Larger Logic is definitely going to have to sort of form a push of the same velocity, and maybe with even more special usage, sort of just get a tad bit further than they did.
Yeah, well, there was indeed a lot of velocity behind that push, but in terms of points, it really was just one power and one small clam. So, although Large Logic might not even have a chance to get past it, as Better Breakpoint is just going to try and go in yet again. With the assistance of the Big Bubbler this time, they are again able to get in, but again, they meet the same fate, going down to another Wave Breaker. This just feels like a curse at this point, and with that wipeout, they do go down at about 68. Still have not gotten past that 60 benchmark, and now it is the turn of Large Logic to push again with that Big Bubbler jumping in. Is able to take the lead with the double power clam benchmark. The Wave Breaker going in as well. They get a couple more clams and take that down to 51 before they make a break for mid.
We definitely do see a lot of zone control here on Better Breakpoint. Not a lot of orange on the map, so they're definitely gonna have a lot more escape routes and a lot of just ways towards the goal that Large Logic probably won't have, as we do see that kill there.
Yep, Better Breakpoint, you can see them tossing clams, trying to make another power. Pulling out the Zuka as well. They are all gunned up and ready for a push here, but they are 2 down, which is going to make it more difficult, especially since all those clams that they threw, unfortunately, were lost, I believe. We got a couple more clams getting thrown in, but of course that Zuka is coming out that they will have to watch for, and despite a couple more clams being thrown, there's still not enough to make a power. There finally is, but those clams despawn now, so they're in a little bit of a tricky situation. The Big Bubbler is going to come and protect them. That Roller does get caught unaware, so they are able to finally get that power clam in, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to have any other follow-up.
They do need a little bit more here. All they would need is somebody to sneak in with a few extra clams, which it looks like the Squelchers are trying to do. They need at least one more clam just to get them through here, and they just can't get it. So they're going to have a few extra penalties on top of that to also deal with.
51 to 52, so we are within 1 point again, but in this case we have slightly different penalties. We got another nice kill from Better Breakpoint there. Still, again, a lot of control. You can see when this person going around the center, they have all of this control, but I think they got insta-bombed by the wall, so that is a very unfortunate way to die. We've got just about a minute left right now. Crab Tank sitting up there on the top mid part of the map, and the Large Logic, although not in a completely comfortable lead, does have a lead, but if Better Breakpoint can get just one power clam, then they will be able to take it.
And it does look like that's what they're trying to do, sort out the clams and just try to get that power clam, but that bomb mixed with the squeezer does just sort of foil their plans there. Hopefully they can pick up those clams and get that push that they want.
Yeah, they don't have any clams on them right now, and remember, they're going to need that power clam because they don't have a pity. They need one in order to begin overtime if they want that extra time. Now, I don't know if they'll need it because, again, it will only take the one power clam going in for them to take the lead and presumably win the match, considering the state that we're in with only 20 seconds left. We have a few more clams getting picked up. The Inkzuka comes out, gets a pick. We have clams getting tossed. So we have wave breakers getting tossed, but somehow still no power clam being formed. 2 down. The power clam carrier goes down. The clam lands just underneath the basket. There's 3 down. Those dualies are the only ones left. They get wiped out.
And that is going to put us in overtime and the end of the game. So,
Oh,
man, what
how
ending.
heartbreaking. I think they missed the throw instead of just
They did.
die because they threw it, but they didn't get it into the basket.
They just
And
missed
that
it.
throw cost them the game.
It was quite literally a throw.
Oh, now that's just mean.
I sincerely apologize to whoever made that throw.
My heart goes out to you. So, we see our set now at 1-1. These teams both playing very, very well here. We're right up at the end of our preliminary stage, right about to go into top cut. We have one last game, and that is Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard.
Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard is, it is interesting. Aside from the last map that we had where there wasn't exactly anything, there wasn't any, like, quirks to the mode. It was just kind of, you know, a clam blitz game. In Sturgeon Shipyard, the zone is up elevated on a bridge, and you can also go under that bridge, though it is a little risky because it's all uninkable. So it sort of puts just another layer to that, the zone that's already there. And yeah, obviously what gets inked under that bridge doesn't really matter because it's uninkable. It's a way to navigate across both sides, quite honestly, without anyone seeing you if you're not careful.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how the Dually Squelchers play out. I'm expecting that they will come back since we saw them for the last couple games on both sides, nonetheless. And both teams have been making really nice usage of not only the mobility of these Squelchers, but also the pure range that you get out of these dualies, and especially those sliding rolls, very, very nice. And the Wave Breakers, too, since they do come with Wave Breaker, we've been seeing a lot more usage of that, and especially in that Clams match, we saw a lot of players just kind of not realize they had to jump or not jump in time, and unfortunately go down to that. I saw an Explo.
There is an Explo.
An Explo indeed, but I'm not surprised as we are on Sturgeon Zones, and that is a completely fair place to pull out your Explo. We also have the Hydra, and we do have the return of both those Dually Squelchers. So we'll see how this plays out. I know our analysis people were talking about their feelings on Sturgeon Shipyard and how a couple of them don't necessarily like it too much, but hey, I think that's fair. And of course that Hydra is coming out for to be on the snipe to have full control over that zone.
Yeah, they have that control on the zone. You know, it's useful. I mean, yeah, it's definitely a fight for the middle here as they're trying to take it back.
Yep, hold tight for just a sec, chat. We're waiting for our preview to come back. There we go. We can see it. Crab Tank, just as always. Better Breakpoint's gonna be 2 down right now, and Large Logic able to come back, take that zone, especially with that big bubble on there. Can see Zone is under heavy fire, forcing the Explo to go back to find an alternative place to put some ink on the zone down, which does work, especially with the lot of arcing shots from that Explo. They'll come up and they'll find their snipe safe again. We have, I believe that's the Crab Tank. You can see the Wave Breakers going out on zone. Nice pick from the Explo there, leading directly into that great zone count. Unfortunately, they are punished by the Hydra.
Yeah, that pick from the Expo really sort of just helped them get that zone that little bit more that they needed to get that control and give them that penalty, sort of keep them in that game for a little bit longer, as opposed to just absolutely losing it.
You see, this is what I mean by the Dually Squadron's mobility. Those rolls, because they didn't fix them in place and let them slide, just let those Dually Squadrons escape as the only member alive of their team, and they have that Wave Breaker. The rest of their team needs to build up specials as soon as they can because that penalty is running down for Large Logic. We have the Wave Breaker placed in a little bit of an interesting place that might have been a panic pop just because I don't think that's the greatest place to put a Wave Breaker, but it's understandable. And with that one pick on the side of Large Logic, it's going to give them room to come in here to neutralize the zone and hopefully to cap it. And there we go.
We do see the same sort of scenario we had earlier. Better Breakpoint actually keeps the zone though. So Large Logic has to once again work down those penalty points, but it seems that they might struggle to even get the zone back for a little bit here as we see Better Breakpoint sort of pushing into their spawn, getting much more zone control than they had earlier on.
Yep, they have a little bit of time, just a little bit more time, but they pretty much have maybe 1-2 more attempts before the lead flips. We have the Crab Tank coming in here trying to get control, as well as the Booyah Bomb. The combination of that does help. Big Bubbler is set up on zone, not necessarily needed at that time, but still a good precaution to have, and we also have the Wave Breaker. So that is all 4 specials that did get popped at the same time there. No, those are going to get charged back up. The counter Wave Breaker coming in, and you can see the little hops being done to avoid that, and it did do its job here, marking that member. Unfortunately, they are able to super jump out. Dualies are able to get that pick though very nicely, but that penalty for Large Logic is very quickly getting ticked down, and now it is gone. Better Breakpoint has one more shot to go into this zone before they get knocked out.
Yeah, we do see Better Breakpoint sort of contesting the point a little bit more. Large Logic, all they need to do is get it for a little bit longer, and they can get it. For that penalty, with the 2 dying on Better Breakpoint, that's it's gonna be closer than it was before. You know.
Closer, definitely. 44-point penalty is nothing to laugh at. We have Home Depot here. I don't usually we can't see players' names when we're spectating them directly anymore, so I don't necessarily comment on them, but Home Depot is such an out-of-pocket player name. Alright, now that I'm done laughing at that, Home Depot pops their Inkzuka, unfortunately to get immediately cancelled by the Hydra, who is wearing Respawn Punisher, might I add, so that has got to hurt. A lot of players down on Better Breakpoint as well, meaning that Large Logic able to hold down the zone. They're about halfway through their penalty. This storm does disrupt the Hydra just a little bit, but not that much, and they are right back on their nice spinner, and you can see just how much range that they have, mowing down that Explode like it's absolutely nothing, and Better Breakpoint is out of time. That penalty is gone. They are 3 down, and with that, Large Logic is going to wrap up this set 2-1, and thus ends our Swiss preliminaries.
Definitely, another very good set. Very good sets all around for the preliminaries here.
Wonderful indeed. We've got a lot to talk about, and our analysis folks will tell you all about it. But before that, that is actually going to do it for Kindle and I as commentators, because after that, when we go into Top Hat, we're going to be handing off the mic to the wonderful Genie 7 and the War Queen, both great commentators that you'll want to stick around to hear. Right before we leave, Kindle, where can the wonderful people in the audience find you on the internet?
So my Twitch is BV27race. I'll just type in chat. And my Twitter is at Kindle27, spelled just like in my username, and then there's a 27. And that's pretty much where you can find me everywhere else aside from YouTube, which is just Kindle.
Nice. You can find me at Cater_ on Twitter, since somebody took Cater, unfortunately, where I post art and I talk about the things that I cast. But yeah, thank you everybody. We have plenty more action in store for you. Gonna hand it over to our wonderful analysis folks, Fresh, Lily, and Nugfrog, and we'll see y'all for Top Cut.
Bye-bye.
Hello everybody. Another very close set.
Very close sets there from both teams. Both teams just had such like good pressure, and
They were
constant.
definitely. Yeah, both teams were definitely very close in all of those games.
Let's go off and start off on a Rainmaker. With Logic having a Octobrush, VDS, Flings, and Shot. And Breakpoint having a Splash, Hydra, Shot, and VDS.
Honestly, You want to go?
No, you can go.
I'm mad that there was no vac. I'm upset. It could have worked so well, and I didn't see it. But regardless of the no back, I think that both of the comps were very well balanced with each other.
They were. I did honestly like the Flings pick. Because missiles are missiles, so yeah.
Definitely agree. That was a very strong pick on their side.
Especially with the Hydra on the other side, it just helps with moving the Hydra and the other players to make pushes a lot easier.
Yeah, definitely.
I also think, unironically, the mines are very nice, especially for like the areas around checkpoint and stuff like that. Especially if the Rainmaker has been beaten down by everyone else, and then when they're just about to place the Rainmaker, they could just go poof because of the mines.
Yeah.
So something I just want to talk about real quick is both really strong pushes in the first half, but they were both stopped in that funnel of the uninkable.
Yeah.
That's the one downside, especially with pushing on your left, is that one uninkable area. So, in my opinion, I think you should definitely clear out the area as much as you can. Or, if you have a vac, use it there. That's the most important part, where if you want to push left, that's where you need to have as much as you can going on.
Yeah, definitely. The very end there, Logic putting like constant pressure on Breakpoint. That was it's just a really strong, just being able to like hold the ground there, and it was just like a really big stalemate there in the mid at the very end of the game until overtime.
I also want to talk about, I forget which team it was on. I think it was Breakpoint. They had a lot of nice pairing up because, if I recall correctly, I think two of the players had the same in-game name. Like, not the in-game name, like the team tag. Or like, What?
I can't remember. I think they did. I can't remember, but maybe.
Yeah, because I saw like the B and the other symbols. So I was like, are they on the same team or something? Because that's kind of funny if they ended up here on this on the same competitive team and in here. But I did write down like the CDS and the Splash both had a lot of good moments where they would like pair up together and push forward.
Those were very, very strong pushes from. I don't know what team that was either, but just both very strong and like hard to deal with pushes there.
Is there anything else we would like to add for that Rainmaker match?
Nah, I think we could move on with that.
Alright, Clan Blitz. We had Logic on the Shot, VDS, Roller, and Range Blaster. And Breakpoint coming out with the Splash, Squeezer, Junior, and the VDS.
We predicted it, but I was very interested with the Squeezer pick from Breakpoint.
I did think the splash walls did help them with just helping with defense and both offense, just because their other teams' comp didn't have much to kind of work around the splash wall, in my opinion. So,
Yeah.
but I also did think that Breakpoint kind of started to force pushes, which they didn't need to, which is also kind of why they also lost that round. They had a power clam and they just tried to force that clam in even though it was overtime, like, and overtime just started. And they could have maybe waited a little bit just for like a special or two and then go in, but yeah.
Yeah, I do agree that a couple of the pushes near the end were a little bit premature there.
I would also like to say that Breakpoint's paint just severely outpaints Logic's paint, since Logic really just has the shot and maybe the VDS's paint, because roller and range kind of don't paint that well, while all of Breakpoint's team aside from the VDS can heavily outpaint the Logic, so that was a good sign.
So,
Yeah.
Oh, you have
No.
something to say?
No, I was just gonna say I agree with all of that.
Yeah, definitely. Unless we have anything else to say, I think it is safe that we can move on to our next map.
For Splat zones, we have Logic coming out with the Splash, Hydra, Junior, and VDS, and Breakpoint coming out with the Shot, VDS, Explo, and Range Blaster.
I think both of those comps were very solid.
Yeah, both comps work really well for Sturgeon in specific, especially the Hydra and Junior, Explo, I mean, which both kind of can take that spinner area and kind of control a good portion of the map for their team. Apply pressure for both sides.
Yeah, all those comps definitely worked very well together from both sides. Logic, they just had a really good map control during the entirety of the game, especially at the end. That I feel they had like just a super duper strong map control. Currently waiting on our next map mode team combo here.
Did you guys have any favorite teams that you like to see so far in the power bracket?
Hold up, I'm getting maps for coming up.
Oh, the maps came out? Nice.
Oh darn. Okay, there we go.
Right. Power controlled eel tail. That's interesting.
Again, I am an eel tail enthusiast, so I like it. I think I like everything on eel tail except for zones.
Heel tail zones is pretty difficult to deal with. You gotta like find like I don't know. It's just like difficult to.
Eeltail Zones just has a ridiculously big map. You know, especially
Yeah.
this area. But that's not on the map list, so sorry for derailing the conversation a bit.
It's all good.
Yeah.
This
Although-
is also best of 5 this time. So,
Best of 5?
yeah.
Best of 5. I thought it was. I think it's best of 3.
Why is? Oh, we have
There's-
5 maps.
Yeah, there's 5
Yeah.
maps, but it's BO3.
No, it's like best of 5, but you need to win 3 games.
Oh yeah, best of 5,
Win 3. Yeah, first of 3.
win 3.
Yeah. We were somewhat there. We were getting there.
Same thing. Play out 3, best of 3, same thing. Best of 5.
Yeah.
Alright, well, after TCE Eeltail, we have Rainmaker Mince.
Rainmaker Mincemeat.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I personally don't like this very much, just because of the way the checkpoints and the pedestal are laid out on the map.
Yeah, I definitely can agree with checkpoint and pedestals. That like their placement's just like really difficult to get to.
Yeah, like there's either one that's like straight up right, or it's like across the grades, which is basically impossible to get to.
Pretty
Yeah.
suicide, but is there any comps that would be nice to see on this map mode?
Rainmaker Mincemeat?
Yeah.
Mm,
Or TC Eeltail, since I forgot to ask that there too.
I mean, TC Eeltail, again, because Eeltail, narrow map and stuff like that, back is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
I do like back on this map, so
Then I'd also like to see the obvious bubbler pick, since it's quite strong.
definitely no bias from the junior players here.
Oh yeah. No, obviously not.
Nah.
And then missiles from anything I would not be surprised about.
Hi. Okay. Hi. I'm here for one thing. Cameron, you're gonna stream one match and because this is a tiebreaker. So
Oh,
we've got a tiebreaker for
Oh.
wisdom for courage bracket, I believe.
Alright.
So we're streaming this because it's between Boiling Bitter and Jelly Jar. Both teams have went 6 and 6 during the bracket stage.
oh,
alright.
And so they're tied 6-6. Both game counts went 6-6. They're tied 2-2 set count wise. They've both won 2 sets, lost 2 sets.
nice.
Wait, so
we're
what
gonna be-
maps are we playing on? Are they
Best
playing
of 1, Mako Mart.
Why
on?
is always Macklemore going for the best
Macklemore.
one?
Oh.
Alright,
I
alright.
just feel like we were talking about it as like best of 1 Mako Mart zones Mako.
Interesting. Alrighty.
Yeah, so they're gonna be streamed. So you're streaming them. So have fun with that. I'm just here. And this is for courage bracket, top cut, not par.
Alright.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Have fun with that. I'm just here to let you know.
All right.
Alrighty
Okay.
then.
Yeah, I'll type it out here. Boiling Bitter versus Jelly Jar. There you go. Teams are names. There for you.
Let's see what.
Yeah, feel free to go, Lily. If you need to go, go for it. We still
Alright.
have 2 others.
All right. Thank you guys very much for having me tonight. Do I just advertise myself or something?
Well, it's not a stream, so we can always
True.
advertise you again at the end. I'll make sure to quote to advertise. Make sure to
All
advertise
right.
again. Okay.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye. I am also gonna head
See
back to
ya.
the other one. Cameron, you got pinged in the thread, so you can see it. Are they muted? I think. Cameron, did you not reach Dream? Did you reach
I'm still
conversation?
here.
Zones best of one or
Yeah,
Turf?
Echo Zone's best of one.
Echo Zones best of one. Don't have the information on these teams for what they play for weapon compositions. But
There should be a doc somewhere.
yeah, but it doesn't have it for.
Yeah, I only have
courage.
the
Oh, it's
I
wisdom.
only have
This is
the
wisdom,
courage
right?
doc. Yeah, this should be
Yeah.
wisdom. Let me check
I-
bracket.
Uh,
No, it's courage.
oh, Courage.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I found
it
them.
is courage. We have what they're gonna play in wisdom, but not in courage.
No, I have them in Courage.
No,
I
I
found them
don't
in
have
courage.
what their weapon
You don't?
pools are for courage teams.
I have them for me.
Maybe check Teams chat.
Are you using the one from like? Are you? Wait. Did you take the one from spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Because it shows up for me. Alright. So, we have a match in Courage bracket, best of one splat zones against two teams. Against Boiling Bitter and Jelly Jar. Both teams are currently tied 2-2 in sets and also are 6-6 in matches. So they will both be playing for playoff spot. Boiling Bitter and Jelly Jar. Looking at their weapon, Boiling Bitter does have a player playing Tri-Stringer, Dually Squelchers, Platana, Umbrella, and Arrows. So, excited to see which one of those they pull out. And they
Yeah,
also have a
definitely.
YouTuber player, which is
GooTuber.
getting interesting. Yeah.
Alrighty.
For Jelly Jar, they also have a Dynamo and Mini player, which we haven't seen yet. Also a Luna and a Reflux player.
Luna.
So,
Interesting.
yeah.
It's not exactly something you see every day in the comp community.
You don't. For Mako Zone, what would we be expecting? Since it is quite a good map mode.
Probably oh boy. Probably looking at getting something like a my god, I'm blanking. What is it called? Oh my goodness. Do you have any expectations for what you're thinking about that we're gonna see from these teams?
I'd be expecting maybe the junior shot again. Maybe the Flings and Explo coming from Boiling Bitter. As far as Jelly Jar, the machine obviously, but I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe pull out Reflux just for the missile output. Then they do have a Splash one trick by the looks of things. So
Really? Alright.
yeah.
It's intriguing.
I'm gonna be
Means
honest, I do also want to see an Arrow Spray just because it'll be funny.
Yeah, Arrow
But-
Spray would be a very, very interesting pick.
It would be.
Let's see. Just very excited to see this best of one Mega Mart zones.
The most intense games.
It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, both these teams 6-6 if I'm correct.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 6-6, 2-2 in sets.
Interesting.
Also, looking at the players, there's no really players I would recognize. Right, so by the looks of things, the match is going to start soon, so us analysis people shall pass it on to your new commentators, the War Queen and Genie 7.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to It's Dangerous to Go Alone. I am Genie 7, joined by the War Queen, and here we have our best of one Splat Zones Mega Mart. Boiling Bitter,
Right.
Jelly Jar. Here we go.
Right. This is exciting because this is a full-on tiebreaker for Top Cut.
I believe it is. Whoever can come out on top here will continue their run in the tournament. Both these teams just trying to come out into mid, seeing if any team can find a little bit of advantage. We do see Expos on either side of these teams. Do you think that's an interesting pick for both these teams, especially coming on Mako?
I would say so. You're talking about the Explosion, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's. I see. It's a very good choice for Splat Zones because of the paint that it can put down, and it's the role that you want for that. Especially the Jelly Jar's got both the Explosion and the Splashing Machine, which gives them a little more strength to put paint on the floor.
They've got a lot of good chip damage coming out with those fizzies, those burst bombs from the Splash, the Junior, and the X-Ball, as the machine's trying to take a fight against the X-Ball, but does not have the same range as the Explosion. Boiling Bitter are trying to come
look
back
at
in
this.
because Jelly Jar, they're rolling with these points now. They're rolling with this, except the junior has fallen. The zones keep on going, and the crab falls as well. Jelly Jar is still holding onto the zone, yet being down 2 members. Can Boiling Bitter get in? Can they get the zone? They haven't capped it yet, but they have a 3-up advantage. Doesn't affect the wipe.
They get
They
it.
finally get the zone.
Let's see if they can keep it. We've got. Oh, are they? Looks like they might be pushing Jelly Jar back a little bit away from the zone.
Yes, they are, and Boiling Bitter holding on so far. They are dangerously close to taking this lead, especially with Jelly Jar's X-Blusher falling so early.
Mm-hmm. Hey, let's see. Look, Boiling Bitter's Exposure is working overtime, just lobbing paint over that one tower, and they keep control of it. Oh man.
Boiling Bitter is in a dangerous spot. They could actually, they're in a really good spot. They could run away with this game if Jelly Jar doesn't re-coordinate and get all their specials together and just try and stay alive.
Crab tank coming, but it gets down. Oh man.
Yeah, they could just be losing this game right here, right now. They're going in a little bit willy-nilly, 1 by 1. Jelly Jar, they have to find a way in. They have to find a way in here right now.
10 seconds for Boiling Bitter to take the win. 3, 2, whoa!
And a
wipeout right at the end. Oh, what a match. Woo!
Crazy best of 1. Both teams with good plays. Jelly Jar with that strong start, but Boiling Bitter, as soon as they got into that zone, they never ever let it go.
Mm-hmm, that is for sure. And what a win! Would be fun to be in that voice chat. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah, and that's honestly a super exciting way, and also a really kind of super sad way to go at it.
I think the important takeaway though is that you got to a tiebreaker for Top Cut, which watching the talent that's been happening right now in all of these matches is no mean feat.
No, it's not, and yeah, we'd like to continue watching the Courage bracket, but we will be swapping over to our Power bracket and watching that Top Cut go down shortly when it's coming out. And I believe we will be throwing it over to our analyst to cover what just happened and what went down in that best of 1 game.
All right.
That was a game.
That was quite the game.
Well.
Crazy, the power swap that happened just right in the middle where
Yeah.
Boiling Bitter completely took over, got super strong control.
And everything for Jelly just completely fell apart.
Jelly had extremely strong control at the very beginning until they hit around, I think, about like 50, 45 points. But then right from there, it just went all the way downhill from then.
Yeah. Let's quickly talk about comps. For Boiling Bitter, we have an Explo Shot Junior VDS. And for Jelly, we have Machine Splash, Explo, and Junior, both good comps for this map mode, but as you said, unfortunately, things just completely turned, and the Jelly kind of just started unnecessarily feeding into Boiling for some reason. I don't know why, but they kind of just started like rushing in, but maybe it was just due to the stress of it being a best of 1. There can't really be any mistakes, but
Yeah.
that was quite unfortunate.
Very entertaining map to watch. Just like crazy to see how you can have such a strong push at the very beginning, hold on to it for about 50 points, and then just completely like a flip switched and Boiling Bitter's mind, and everything just went bad for them.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to them for making Top Cut.
Yeah.
And yeah. Let's go back to the map mode list for Top Cut now, shall we?
Yep.
Obviously we went over the first 2 maps before the tiebreaker happened, but yeah, shall we quickly recap about the first 2 maps?
Yes.
So, TC Eeltail, like Lily said before, they had to believe. Anchors, they are going to be quite good on this map.
Yeah, definitely. Hagglefish, if you can get into a good area for being able to hold like an anchor position, you can really control the entire map.
Yeah. And we also do have our next two teams for quarterfinals. We have Gamy Grass coming back on stream, and a new team coming in, the Kaput Kettle.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to. Alrighty, let's see what kind of stuff they have in their comps.
Yeah. For obviously we've seen Gamy Grass come in. I think it was round 3 or round 2.
Just gonna confirm that real quick. I believe so, but I'm just gonna confirm that. Yes, Gamy Grass was round 3, losing 0-3 against Divine Deity.
Okay. And Kaput Kettle, first time seeing them on tonight's stream. Let's see what they have coming into.
So far, they
today's-
have a decently strong record so far, winning 3 out of 4 of their sets with their only loss being against Aloof Awe.
Ah. Well, by the looks of things, Kaput Kettle does have a tri-slosher player.
That'll be definitely interesting to see, because I haven't seen a tri-slosh in a little bit.
Yeah. As far as comps, what are we thinking for really any of let's go over TC.
Yeah, tower control.
First. Yeah, what are we thinking for comps coming out of these two teams?
From can definitely see a Hydra coming out from Kaput on that first tower control eel tail map.
Yeah.
Just a very strong backline who can hit hard from very, very far away. Also be nice to see the Splash might come out. You think Splash will come
Maybe.
out?
I wouldn't be that surprised if the Splash would come out. They do have 2 Splash players, so
Yeah, so I'm probably
Look,
betting that
look,
at least
Entropy.
one Splash will come out from Kaput.
yeah. They also might come out with maybe a Tri-Slosher or a Tetra, but a Blaster wouldn't be that terrible of a pick
Yep.
either.
Yeah, Blaster wouldn't be too surprising there.
Yeah.
From... Oh boy. From Grass, I'm definitely expecting the Hydra to come out from Grass. Could also see...
I could also see a shot coming out, but I do want to see that Glue Dust. I haven't seen a Glue Dust today yet, or in a while.
Yeah, Glucose would be a very interesting thing to see today.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised about the Dually Squelchers or the Machine, but they also do have that Squeezer player, so
Yeah.
let's see if they do come back out with that. And they might also come back with the Dapple, but we'd have to see about that.
Dapples would be very fun to see. See,
Yeah.
there's a lot of things that they can do here, and I mean we can't predict the future, but these would be some very fun things to see here.
Yeah. As far as Rainmaker Mincemeat, anything specific you would like to see coming out?
Rainmaker Mincemeat. Let's see. So I could definitely see Range Blaster coming out from Navi.
Perhaps.
Range Blaster, maybe even I could kind of see 52 there.
Yeah.
Let's see.
They might also bring back the Hydra for this one as well, but who knows?
The Hydra could be very interesting.
Yeah.
Kaput Kettle actually has 2 different Octobrush players, so there could definitely be a chance of there being an Octobrush on this Rainmaker map.
There is. And Gui or Cole, I my bad if I butchered that name. They do also have Tetra, so that would be interesting for Rainmaker.
That would be very interesting to see.
Yeah.
All right. Going back and
I think the next match might be getting ready soon, or just yeah. The next match seems just about ready, so we'll be turning it back to your commentators, the Workman and Genie.
All right, hello again. Welcome back to It's Dangerous to Go Alone 35. This is the start of Top Cut, correct?
This is the start of Top Cut in our awesome power bracket of today's tournament.
Ooh, this is gonna be a spicy one. Foam on the top, cream of the crop.
Yes, for sure. Top 4 teams in the entire tournament. That's what the power bracket is, and we want to see. These are between our Swiss seeded 2 versus 3 seeds, so we should on paper have a very close map. As our analysts are bringing to you, these maps can kind of swing either way depending on what teams kind of show up today with these maps,
And especially their composition in relation to these maps, because a lot of these maps, they can be so different depending on what mode you're going for. You can go all over the place, and your composition really can make the difference.
For sure. Completely. Like you look at tower control on Eeltail plays completely different than Splat Zones, and Clamblets on Hagglefish. You can think of the differences between like some of the modes on Hagglefish. Mincemeat, that's Clamblets on Mincemeat is a completely different mode than any other mode in the game. It's like closer to Salmon Run than anything. More about living. But we will be seeing Mincemeat Rainmaker, one of the community's more favored things to see Mincemeat on. But first of all, we have to get through this tower control game on Eeltail Alley.
Oh!
What a way to start. I hopefully that wasn't a spectator DC, so the players know to break the lobby. And hopefully. I don't want to be here for too long with the game 1 already happening. But and I didn't even get to see the team comps.
We didn't even get to see the team comps. Well, we can do it as what our analysis folks were doing. We can look at the preferred weapons and kind of see what they might be doing game-wise. Let's see. So Kettle.
They have 2. I look at their things and they have a Splash-O-Matic and a Splash. And if we look across the ocean at Japan, Double Splash has been absolutely tearing it up in not just Turf War, not just Splat Zones, but some of their tower control tournaments as well.
The Splash-O-Matic, though, it's a really great weapon with a really nice kit.
The kit is everything. Burst Bomb makes the weapon amazing. Give it some bomb range, and you're able to contest long range weapons that you wouldn't really be able to. And
I was gonna say not just the range of it, but also the ink consumption of it with the right stuff on your gear. You can easily get 2 to 3 bombs off in quick succession, which can really make a difference in moving some enemies away from where you want them to be.
And having two splashes at the same time, so they put so much paint down. They have a great special in Crab Tank. Crab Tank. It's like a Hydra splatling and an Explosion in one, but you move extremely slowly. And if you need
get a little bit of
you're
armor. And that too. And you can even go up walls with that thing, which I think might be something that a lot of players don't remember. That you can still climb walls with the Crab Tank. When it's balled up, which is beautiful to see. It's a little scary too.
Its biggest counter is actually E-Leader with Object Shredder. E-Leaders run Object Shredder. Their matchups against like with Object Shredder on E-Leader, it doesn't change many things. I've studied it out, and it doesn't really change many breakpoints. It changes a breakpoint with how many tap shots it takes to kill a Sprinkler, from being 2 tap shots to being 1 tap shot. It changes a splash wall, and then it changes shooting a Crab Tank 3 times to make it 2 shots, unless you just headshot the crab.
Do you think Gamy is going to bring out their E-Leader on this round?
Tower Control Eeltail, I feel like we don't see it Hammerhead Bridge. We will like the last 2 matches, Scorch Gorge TC and Hammerhead Bridge Splat Zones. If we're gonna see it, it'll be guaranteed to be there. I don't know their comfort levels on playing the E-Leader, because E-Leader is just a complete. It's a weapon that if you have the confidence, no one else can stop you. If you're confident in your shots, that's why. Like it's such a hard weapon to play, because if you get shut down, you really feel it, especially if you run Respawn Punisher.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't run, if you're just like feeling like you're hitting your shots, you can constantly just like keep hitting your shots, keep getting it down. It's so oppressive for the other team. It's demoralizing for the other team, and
it'll be definitely different. It'll be definitely interesting to see what they bring out, because they're Gamy's E-Leader player is also their Hydra player, it looks like. So if they want a good anchor for tower control, it's going to be one of those 2, I think.
Yeah. And we're going to be seeing no backlines for this tower control match. Not super surprising, but one thing that I find is interesting is seeing that Dapple Range Blaster combination. Perfect jump accuracy.
Okay, we're back in. Here we go. Tower control in Eeltail Alley.
Yeah, Tower control Eeltail Alley with the Tacticooler on that Range Blaster. Range Blaster moves fast and has perfect jumping accuracy. It's a scary combo.
All right, it looks like we don't have a lot of heavy weapons going into this match. Both sides do have a slotting machine on deck, which, can we get the colors changed properly, please?
That Trizuka shot able to find some space at the moment as the Tetras do get a trade with the Dapples. Both teams just trying to rock it out in mid. These first 2 checkpoints are actually a little bit harder to grasp with these 2 team jumps, because the jumps can come back in so much more frequently, and it's harder to take space. So whatever team can really work through this first checkpoint quickly will have a massive advantage later on in the game.
For sure, and that's also just how Eeltail works. It just funnels everybody straight to the center, no matter if you go high or low for it. And here it goes. I think Gamy almost had the tower there for a second, but it got pushed right back to the center.
Yeah, and now they keep moving this tower with their Crab Tank and their Zuka, and that's going to be a wipeout. Amazing job, as they're going to keep marching. They need to get through the second, get to the second checkpoint, and I believe they can get through it.
Okay, looks like that keeps just going back to the center, just pinging back and forth. Oh, here we go. Oh, Crab Tank on the checkpoint. Oh, almost a wipeout. Oh, wipeout for Gamy. Let's see if they can pull it back. I think that's also the beauty of doing tower control on Eeltail Alley. It is really just a straight shot for that tower to get to the final checkpoint.
It is. And now we're going to see the counter push coming out. First checkpoint has been taken out.
But we do got a Gamy dropping a squid beacon. Let's see if they can keep that and use it to an advantage.
Booyah bombs coming out from both sides. Machine's able to find those kills. The Range Blaster finding it. Now it's just the Tetras alive. Can they do anything, or do they just try and live? And they will not find any space whatsoever. The lead has been swapped.
Lead has
It's
been
about,
Here we go. See if Gamy can hold on to it. It's moving.
they keep moving this tower, and can they stay on it to keep the
Here we
checkpoint
go,
going? No,
checkpoint
they
two.
won't. Not quite able to get through that third checkpoint, but that is a-okay. But oh, the Trizuka's going to be flanked from the side, and they're going to be shut down. The Splatter Shot knows that there's somebody around them, and that's going to be complete mid control. There's going to be a Roost Slider coming out. Can it
Gamy's
find
taking
anything?
the
No.
lead. And they're on checkpoint 3. Oh boy, this is drop the tacticooler right on the tower too.
The shot is
There goes the
ready.
Trizuka. Oh, and only able to get one shot off before he splatted.
Here goes this shot, looking to climb up onto this bridge. They follow that Booyah Bomb. Going through with that Trizuka shot, can't find anything, watches out for that suction bomb. The checkpoint is fast approaching for Grass. Can they get there? They have their tactical cooler pop behind this tower. Burst bombs are coming out from Kettle to see if they can stall them out for just that little bit of extra time. The apples have fallen, but they're tactical, so they should be backing up to the beacon almost immediately. And wow, both teams just trying to fight it out in mid. It's up to Kaput Kettle if they can find their way with just around a minute left to get this game on their side.
It looks like everybody on Grass got their pickup from the tacticooler. Love to see it. It's really good. It's really nice to be able to see a team coordinate to put down that buff, and then get that little extra oomph for a match like this. Kettle takes the tower again. Let's see if they can keep pushing it.
See, indeed, as the Tetras are able to follow up with their teammate to get that kill on the shot. How much further can they go with this? They get the two up advantage, except they get traded out. Their hero shot falls. Can the Tetras find anything with the Reslider? No, they can't. The apples have fallen. Range Blaster is looking to be the next target and the victim. Grass is a little bit falling apart here, but they have stabilized just in the slightest. They need to hold on, because just with 20 seconds remaining, the Crab and the Booyah Bomb from Kettle have come out. They're approaching that third checkpoint. Can they get there? Can they get on it? They have the jump. They have 3 members. Just the Tetras left alive. Can they survive? They need to get the shot. No, the Range Blaster will find them, and that will be game. As the jumps come in, wait, can they get to the tower? They have to get to the tower. 3, 2, 1. Will they be able to get there in time? And they can't. That will be game 1.
Oh boy.
Well, our points got really close there. We were 26 to 29 right at the end. And Gamy Grass going to come out with that victory.
What a match. Whew. That's first win goes to Grass, and then we're moving on to Mincemeat Metalworks for the Rainmaker match.
I'm excited to see what these teams are going to rock with. Do you think we're going to have any backlines show up for this Rainmaker game?
I think Rainmaker is one of those where you need to have a strong backline. Just if you can stop the other team at a checkpoint, you can pull your match. You can pull a win out. But if you can't have a wall just to stop them, you're not going to be able to push back and catch that win.
Mm-hmm. I want to see. I think the Dapples should come back out because Tacticooler on Rainmaker, like with the amount of success that they were able that they kind of had with the drinks on Tower Control, Rainmaker, which is by far a way better mode for Tacticooler. Yeah, I think they'll have an extreme amount of success.
Right, Tower Control is all about keeping the team together on the tower. So I feel like Rainmaker, I feel like Tacticooler is a strong use on Tower Control. It's just you have to give up another weapon and another kit to be able to put it on the field. And sometimes you gotta make that decision. Is that worth that swap?
Yeah, is it worth that swap? I'm wondering if we're gonna see Grass pull out their Splat Roller here, because that's a weapon that had been talked about by our analysts in the past, and we did hear that they've been tearing it up with that roller earlier on in the tournament.
Oh, you love to see a roller work well, don't you? Oh.
Depending on who you are. If it's on my team, absolutely. If it's on their team, no.
Well, I mean that's how.
Yeah, well, we're commentating, so So it's always fun for us.
That is for sure. And Metalworks itself it feels like such a cramped map that Rainmaker on it feels like it can go either way, really. And here we go, the introduction. Let's see what we got.
We're loading in here. We've got short range again, and we're gonna be seeing that
Eater and the Octo Brush. Ooh, I love me a good brush.
Love to see a brush. That stamp, or no, it doesn't have stamp. It's got. I'm thinking of the one in the last game. And this one has the Zipcaster.
That is true.
The Spider-Man all the way to the back line. It's gonna find a little bit more of a problem to find the space that it needs to, because there isn't really a solidified backline weapon that'll just be like sitting. Oh, I'm sitting on snipe here. Come target me with Zipcaster now.
Well, Grass does have that E-liter out, so they'll be using that as an anchor for sure. You can see that right there. Just making sure nobody comes up to the Rainmaker before they can grab it.
And we're going to be having that double wave breaker coming out of the grass as well. Interesting to see that on Rainmaker. They don't have any great offensive or defensive specials. And that as that Trizuka from Kettle comes out, finds two perfectly. Having to watch out for that wave breaker and that brush who are in mid. Zipcaster and Booyah Bomb have been popped on their respective sides. Can anything get done? The Booyah Bomb does find the Octobrush's landing, and they will be punished.
Kettle grabs the Rainmaker. Looks like I think they're the first ones to grab it.
Yeah. Oh, that's an effective wipeout. First checkpoint will fall.
Ooh, wow.
Wait, the Rainmaker died.
The Rainmaker did die. Oh, wow. It got almost a wipeout, but they still managed to punch the Rainmaker out. Let's see if Grass can push it back.
You will see that Rainmaker is looking to be popped in Grass's favor. They have got it. The brush and the shot are looking up to try and recapture this mid, as the Rainmaker has been captured for their side, but it has fallen. The Octo Brush has fallen with the shot up in the front. That's hard for Grass.
Okay, let's see if we can... Oh, wow. This is... Okay, let's see what we got back. It's still just... Rainmaker's still just sitting there. Look, it looks like Kettle's trying to keep Grass off of it with that Trizuka there for a moment. And then they're
Rainmaker?
pushing it again. Oh, there it goes. It's...
Oh. Either had to tap shot the Rainmaker there. They weren't able to land their first shot on it, and the Rainmaker just kept walking past them. A little bit of an unfortunate scenario, but it happened.
Back with the Mainmaker. Let's see if they can use it to get to the checkpoint.
They're so far back on their flat that it's going to be difficult. First bombs, the whale coming out, the don't retreat coming out as well. Their clock is ticking here.
Ooh, who picked up? Ooh, that was. Now, I don't think it was a good idea for their E-liter to pick up the Rainmaker, because they just lost a lot of offensive power right there to cover whoever had the Rainmaker.
You almost want your E-liter not to grab it and have the Rainmaker set in mid. They get a kill and then they grab it. Because E-liter, once you're starting to push that Rainmaker onto the checkpoint, you lose most of your sight lines. So they're the weapon that you usually want to have it dunk on that first checkpoint, but not when you're trying to push out of mid. You really want to have your E-liter alive to try and get those shots out, as the shot is able to stay alive in all that chaos.
Ooh, boy. Oh, this Grass with the Trizuka. Doesn't look like they got any kills, though, just lobbing it over to paint some ground.
Kaput Kettle, they're doing a great job with all their weapons.
Was that a double killer whale? Ooh.
I believe it was. They're just scrapping out mid. They're not all going down at the same time. They're able to get their super jumps back into each other.
We got Kettle pushing up Grass's ramps there. But pulls back because it doesn't have any support. And that was their, what is that, the 96 gal? Or the 52 gal?
That's the 52 there with that wall. 96 doesn't have wall yet. Wish it did. I wish it did.
And Kettle's doing a real good job. Just they're keeping Grass from really making any headway on moving that Rainmaker.
But that's a 3-down scenario. Where's the machine? If the machine is not in a good spot to defend where this Rainmaker is going to be pushed, this could be Gamy Grass running up with this. But the shot doesn't shoot the shot that's beside them. They do see the 52 gal has fallen. Now can they get to this Rainmaker and dunk it? And they will. The hero shot from Kaput Kettle is the last one alive, and they're using the Trizuka, but they take out the Zipcaster in a trade scenario.
Oh, it's almost a wipe for Grass. Let's see if their dualies can stay alive.
smart decision to live in that scenario. Get your team those jumps back in. You got the checkpoint. That's what you needed off this first one. You need your second push now in the last 30 seconds here to win you this game.
And it's Kettle still at the lead with 20 seconds left. Can Grass try and pull a win? I don't know if they'll be able to.
It's not out yet. They are going to be pressured by that whale. Shot
10
is
seconds.
gone. They have to find this Rainmaker. They have to find a space to get in. And you can't grab Owen Zipcaster. The E-Litter has traded, and the jumps are coming in. 3 down. They need to grab this Rainmaker. Kaput Kettle has only the machine alive, and they can't. Just pixels away from grabbing that Rainmaker.
It's a rough loss for Grass, but what a push for Kettle.
Yeah,
Not a knockout, but what a start! What work!
What a great job. Now we have this series tied up at 1. Both teams not wanting to go out of this tournament quite yet.
And now here's the real tricky one: Hagglefish Market Clam Blitz. This is going to be interesting because it feels like it's unanimous that Clam Blitz is the mode that most people really don't enjoy.
Because they don't know it yet. If Splat Zones was the game mode that was released 4th, then I would believe Splat Zones would be everyone's least favorite map, thing to play, because they weren't used to playing it.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, though, because Clam Blitz is one of those where you have to move, like, you really do have to move as a group. You really have to coordinate with your other teammates to be who's got the football, who's got the clams, and which way are we going to approach the net from.
It's in a tournament where it's all free agents. These people really have not met each other at all before this. Clam Blitz is the most difficult mode by a long shot to coordinate. Tower control is, I find, the easiest for teams that don't have as much coordination, because it's like, here's tower duty, here are 2 members of your front line push up, and if somebody else dies, then they have to super jump back in. It's the easiest one because the tower has a set path. The zone you have to find ways to push back in. Rainmaker is just chaotic. And then Clam Blitz is all 4 members have to be on the same wavelength. And for a free agent tournament, that's impossible. But we are in Top Cut, so these teams do have enough chemistry to be top 4.
I wouldn't call it impossible. I would say it's a mark of, being a good free agent is being able to, mesh with the other people you're playing with on the fly. And here we go, starting Clam Blitz at Hagglefish Market.
I want to see a brush come out.
We got a brush come out. Can we make sure the colors are right, please?
We do have that brush coming out. That's.
Oh man, we've got 2 splashes and a brush. That is some real intense push power right there. Especially if your brush player knows what they're doing with it.
Yeah, just trying to stay alive, causing enough chaos with those bombs and with that whale. These crab tanks as well. Coming from Kaput Kettle. Another great special on Clam Blitz.
Oh, let's see that curling bomb. Ooh. Saved by the curling bomb by the looks like the crab tank armor and just holding that center. Although nobody's picked up a clam yet.
Oh, suction bomb, proving to be a little bit too strong in that scenario. As we see Gamy Grass, they're trying to push up. They have to watch out because there's another crab tank. The Trizuka comes out, but that's not gonna win that fight.
Isn't able to really make a difference with it, and is pushed back and then splatted. A full white, almost a full white for Grass there. Even with the splat roller. And we have Kettle with a football moving in.
They are waiting for that wave breaker to stop, but unfortunately for Grass, they do that and they lose their dualies, but they have a big bubbler from this roller, which could prove to be very useful. They have lost 2 members in mid now. Kaput Kettle trying to make their way through. Have to watch out for the big bubbler. Go through it with the killer whale. Ball's gonna come in. Can they get another one? They do, but they get splatted. More clams coming in. They get that power clam in. The members are falling on the side of Grass. How many more clams does Kaput Kettle have? They've got jumps back in, and they have some more clams. They're throwing them in the basket. Roller's trying to defend on the side of Grass. They've gotten 1. They've gotten 2. Can they get a 3? They can get 3, and they can get 4. All 4 for the roller coming in for Gamy Grass to shut down that push at 50.
Whew. Ooh, that was hard to watch.
It was amazing play from the roller. Nobody was watching it because they're all throwing clams in the basket.
Let's see if Grass can pull it out with that extra clam drop from their basket. I believe that's the at a certain point you get a free clam that drops from your basket to push with. That can really make a difference if you can have somebody grab it and run it.
Yeah,
The
but
crab
they
cake
need to
taking out
have
the
the members
Wavebreaker.
alive.
Yeah, that is true.
If Game of Grass, they've got a great win condition. Get the roller underneath basket, pop that big bubbler, and you will have a great protected spot underneath of the basket and a beacon, so you can super jump back with that power clam that's underneath of your basket. But they need to get in the mid. They have to watch out for these crab tanks and the Trizuka. And at every point in time, somebody has to kind of be looking at their basket, because that brush from Kaput Kettle can always just flank around and get easy super jumps in.
Sure, let's see this. We're watching the splat roll right now and trying to be real sneaky about it, looks like, but not able to get into mid. Oof.
No, they just find that they're struggling against these crabs, they're struggling against this killer whale. There's not much that they can do with their team comp against them.
Brush gets taken down by the splatter shot. Hard to watch.
The shot does have that Trizuka already. They need to find some good kills with this if they really want their push, a good push on the side of grass here.
They really do.
They're losing their dualies up there, like quite underneath that canopy is another difficult spot. What do you need? What do you think they need on side of grass to really spearhead a good push here?
Oh, so we have Kettle throwing out their own Trizuka. Oh, and splats the splatter shot right in front of the basket. Almost.
Yes. Oh, and 3 down. Kaput Kettle, they're allowing themselves so much space in mid, so much fighting power as they take out the crab in a 3v1 scenario. The map is just completely under their control right now.
See, nope, they're coming in with the clam, and it hits.
They get the hit, and they got more clams coming in. Brush coming in from the right with the hero shot. Can they get more clams in? They're just scattering around here with that brush. They do see that roller, and they do the splash. Both splashes do fall in mid. Brush just trying to cause enough distraction.
Look at that brush. Oh, just still there. Ready to cause some trouble. Coming in from behind and getting a splat before running back to mid for more clams.
Gamy Grass didn't grab their pity clam. They could have gotten another clam at the ready if they had have grabbed that one, because you get another clam every time your opponent dumps a power clam and your basket closes. Unfortunately, they will be down that one power clam, which they kind of need because they're down a whole lot of points.
Yeah, if Kettle can get another clam soon, they've got 3 people right at mid with almost another full clam themselves, and if Grass can't get it together, trying to defend with the crab there. 9 seconds.
They do have a power clam, so we will be headed to overtime. But they need to get that clam into the enemy team's basket in the next 20 seconds.
And here we go, overtime. Oh boy. Grass is putting up a good defense right now, trying to stop it, but no. Oh no, look at that. Oh
no, they stop him.
That brush slatted right before they were able to hit the basket.
But that did win the game because the Dually Sculptures were defending the basket and the rest of the team in front of them had fallen.
It's a tough loss I would say it's a tough loss for Grass, but they were able to pull out just a little bit at the end to stop it from a complete wipeout from Kettle.
Yeah, but Kaput Kettle, their comp was just... There was no answers from Gamy Grass there, and there was very, very little pushback except from their own basket on the side of Grass. They need a good bounce back performance here.
And after this, we're going to be heading to Hammerhead Bridge Splat Zone, which I'm really interested to see because Hammerhead Bridge is another one of those maps that it funnels you straight to the center, and there's just so much space between the base and mid that getting your team together and getting to where you need to be can honestly be its own challenge.
Very, very true. And Splat Zones can go so quickly on this map because of its length and the amount of little nooks and crannies that short-range weapons can hide in just to shark and kill you when you're on your way back to zone. And their accessibility from mid. A wipeout on this map is honestly worse than most maps, it feels like.
For sure. If you don't have somebody who you can super jump to, if you don't have a beacon, you're basically, it's another 5 seconds to get back to mid, and that's a lot of time for Splat Zone.
A lot of time. Do you think we're going to be seeing an E-Leader coming out?
This Hammerhead has a lot of good spots for an E-Leader to sit and snipe. It's just a matter of is your team comp going to work with that?
Not much true. I don't feel like I want to see too much of a swap up from Kaput Kettle. The brush with the mixed with the two splashes is such a strong combo that I feel is underutilized because of its strengths. Maybe not a splatter shot with it, but that's okay.
Oh, they're pulling out the ink brush again, and we have an explosion and a roller. It looks like Kettle's going to try and stick with that 2 splashes and ink brush composition and see if it gets them a win here in Splat Zone.
I feel like Grass needs this first cap, and they need to get 3 down very quickly if they want a good chance in this game. And so far, getting that brush down first is really good, because here comes the crab tanks.
But Kettle was able to grab the first cap of the zone. Grass with the Trizuka try and save it, but yep, they are able to save it.
Big bubbler out on mid. There's a hero shot coming over from on the left side here. With that Trizuka, they get one with it. The slosher is down. They see the roller and are going to try and jump out, but they fall to the explosher before
Grass
they can
takes the
get
lead.
it.
Oh, Grass takes the lead. Let's see if they can keep it.
Those one crab tank is coming out, just trying to paint that zone a little bit. The brush falls to the roller when they use that killer whale.
Oof.
But the zone is still neutral.
Grass has it again. They're reaching the 60-second mark with the slat zone. Let's see if they can keep holding it.
We'll see. They have a Trizuka on the side of Kaput Kettle and a crab tank. Oh, can they live the curling bomb? And they do live the spot and the curling bomb combo. They need to find some kills with their specials here.
Trizuka
They need to
comes
find
out.
a way back in. They don't have anything off of that rain cloud. The suction bombs, the defense from Gamy Grass is proving to be too strong at the moment.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh, the shot doesn't find the explosion right there. That's crazy.
Oh, and Grass is able to throw an extra ink straight out of the zone to see if they can get some more splats. Oh, and they're able to avoid that killer whale. 5 seconds
on the
for
clock.
Oh,
I don't think they can find the zone here. Not at all.
wow.
Even
Strong
Grass able to stay
comeback.
alive.
Not just stay alive, they really just they went in there and a knockout for Gamy Grass. Good job.
I don't believe the junior or the explosion fell, which is pivotal. Because the roller and the slosher were just able to jump back in every single time. And every single trade went in their favor. Because their explosion and their junior not dying, able to just keep the pain on the zone and keep the chip damage up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and now we have the tie-breaking win here. Scorch Gorge Tower Control. This is going to be real interesting to see. Because it looks like Grass might have been able to really find their groove with that composition. And we'll go ahead to see if they're going to keep it up for Tower Control.
Kaput Kettle needs this. If they didn't have the brush in the first game on Tower Control, I don't think they should run it on their Tower Control game on this 5th and deciding map. Because Brush, as I can quote from Kraken Mare's tweet, a prominent Brush player in the scene. I hate Tower Control. It is the worst mode in Splatoon. That is what a Brush main once said to me. Not just me, but all of Twitter. So
I could see Brush being strong on Clam. Why Brush is strong on Clam Bits. Why Brush could be strong on Rainmaker, but definitely for Splat Zone and Tower Control, this just doesn't put out enough ink for those modes. And here we go into the last match, Tower Control in Scorch Gorge.
Both these teams will need to win this game to move on in this tournament.
We do have a big mix-up from Kettle. It looks like we have the Hydra out for Grass. Let's see if they can make a difference for them.
Insane map for Hydra. It struggles on this map.
Grass. Sorry.
Yeah, it struggles against E-Liter, and there's no E-Liter to be. So you should have an absolute field day on this map.
For sure, Grass's roller putting out some strong defense with flicking that ink. Let's see if they can keep working it. And that's enough to pick up the
find out what
bubbler.
they need to do in mid here. Big bubbler is not going to be able to be all that useful trying to defend this tower, but it's great for the attack. And unfortunately, falling to that crab tank early, Kaput Kettle, they're making a good push on this first checkpoint.
But it looks like Grass was able to drop a Booyah Bomb to stop it from moving. Let's see if they can catch it back in before it starts moving again. Doesn't look like it.
The shot able to find 2. They find 2. They make that 3. Can they get the 4th? Can the Splatter shot find the 4th? Oh, I believe they do. I believe they got all 4.
They did before the respawn. So I would call that a technical wipeout. There's Grass using their Trizuka to clear the way a little bit.
And their Ink Strike. There's nobody alive from Kaput Kettle. They're all in their spawn. You just wipe them out. Why are you special? But the Hydra needs to defend this tower here. They've got 3 angles to look at, and they can't defend all 3. They get 1, but they don't get the rest.
Grass was able to get to the checkpoint, but it's gotten pushed back by Kettle. And it's moving back to the center.
Early on for both teams here, as we see Kaput Kettle's Crab Tank at the ready, being fired, trying to see what they can find out with those giant Expo-like shots. Oh, and they find the Hydra. Beautiful, beautiful shots.
Oof.
Here goes that gal, finding some more space, as Kaput Kettle has their Wave Breaker out. You have to watch out for that triple Ink Strike, which has gone down. The Hydra is just up, looking on that right pillow ramp, just to see what they can find. 2 gal is sharking here. If they can find and get close enough to the Hydra, that will be huge. If they can get Slaughter as well, that is great. And now it's just going to be the roller. How much work can this roller do? They have been spotted out, and they do super jump away, allowing them to keep the big bubble.
That's what you gotta do. Let's see if they can. We've got Kettle pushing into the base to keep the tower moving and keep Grass away from the tower. But they lose their person in base, and they lose their bubbler.
Here goes that tower all the way to that second checkpoint. They got all the way through it on the side of Kettle. We have bomb coming up from the defense of the Hydra. Can it get 1? It got 1. Can they get another one with this Hydra? No, they aim for the crab before aiming for the blaster, and the blaster is going to shoot them on the side. Wow, and the range blaster proving its worth. They don't have any ink, and they're in enemy ink. Luckily, the roller has been followed up by their team. Kaput Kettle, they're the ones on this offensive. They're the ones on this aggressive, but they're running straight into a Hydra.
Oh, there's the Hydra working that strong anchor point. Let's see if they can keep it out. Oh, and Kettle takes a wipeout before coming back.
Where would you like to see the members of Gamy Grass really push up here to take away space? You want to see them push up underneath their ledge, underneath their snipe, or over above on that right cushion?
Ooh, that's a tough call. It really looks like any time Grass is getting pushed, and they're pushing really good right now. They've got the tower, they've got the bubbler on the tower, they've got the Hydra on the tower. So if they can keep it, they can keep it. It looks like Kettle's being put on the defensive.
Massive win from that Slosher to get the splashdown in that 1v1. The Hydra does fall to that Wave Breaker as the Tri finds another one, but these trades are going to be kind of neutral. Kaput Kettle, though, they're the ones that are defending that tower. They had the people on the right block, the right cushion that were still alive. But the jumps are in for Grass.
It looks like their Grass is ready to grab it as soon as it comes back to the center. Let's see if they can take it. They did. They take it. Let's see if they'll pull out to Trizuka to push a little more.
Oh, and there goes their triple strike. They find one with it. The Hydra falls in an unfortunate scenario to that range buster by tower. Can this Trizuka find anything? They find one with the suction bomb. They find 2 with the Trizuka.
Oh.
That is what they need.
And a quick escape for the quick escape to keep pushing. Let's see if they can find another one.
It's going to be dangerous because those jumps are going to be back in from the members of Kaput Kettle. The 2-gal has popped their right, but they have fallen. Splash-O-Matic is gone as well now. How much further can they go? They need to get this range blaster down below tower, and they do. Tri-Slosher is the last alive. This checkpoint will be torn up. The Tri-Slosher is going for their flank. Same with the hero shot on the side of Kaput Kettle. The tower is moving its way down. Can the Tri-Slosher find it? The big bubbler is out on the tower. How much longer can both these teams live? They got the lead at 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 4. Gamy Grass have the lead with overtime looming.
We are in overtime now. Let's see if Kettle can push a win. Tower is currently pushing back to the center, and it looks like Kettle is ready to take it.
Oh, Gamy Grass, they've lost their Hydra, they've lost their Slosher. Crab Tank out. What can they do to defend here? They won't have that Booyah Bomb to defend. And oh my goodness, just one member comes on the tower. The roller squishes the Range Monster and squishes the dreams of Kaput Kettle. Gamy Grass will be facing off in grand finals against Divine Deity. Wow, what a set.
I hope they can hear this at some point. Congratulations to Gamy Grass. You came back from a 2 rough losses to win on the 5th round. Whew. So are we? Wow, what a match! And I think we're gonna toss it over here to our analysts. Just what a match and what a win for Grass.
What a game! Oh,
Really,
boy.
that was so intense. That was crazy.
That final game, especially, not gonna lie, I was on the edge of my seat. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I was watching very intently. I kind of forgot to take notes, but anyway,
All good, but
going
let's
to the
start off with tower control. The first game, we had Kaput on machine splash, tetra and shot, and grass on machine shot, range and dapples.
wasn't really expecting to see the Dapples pick coming out there.
I really wasn't, but they seem to have a not bad performance with it. They did use their beacons quite well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think Blaster kind of did Blaster things since the other team didn't really have that much to deal with it, in my opinion, and the Tetra.
Yep. Very strong push starting off for Kaput Kettle right there at the very beginning. But Grass eventually got the win from a very, very strong counter push right before overtime started.
Yeah.
Let's see. Trying to think if there's anything else, or would you like... I'm also good to move on to second match if you don't have anything else to say.
No, I don't have anything else, so let's move on to Rainmaker. Kaput did come out with the 52 splash machine and the shot, and Grass came out with the VDS shot, Octo, and the E-Leader.
Very interesting comps there.
Yeah, like our commentators did say, having the Charger pick up Rainmaker on that after that defense did kind of hinder their push a little. Obviously, it's still better in a way, but like I don't think the E-Leader should have picked it up then. I think they should have just let it reset, then kind of reset their push from there instead of taking it on a whim.
Yeah, definitely. Had a very strong aggression and just overall control from Kettle on those maps.
Yeah. At the start, Kaput did have a bit of a slower start trying to get Rainmaker started because there was a a wipe at the start, or like when they were starting their push, but like I think Rainmaker died or just like nobody picked it up. I think I can't remember exactly.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Another thing I noticed is that Kettle, they had their pushes, they could be like very variable. So like you'd have like one person pushing up like at a time, or you could have like the entire team pushing up at a time. And it was just like, what are they going to do next? Are they just going to have one small like little push here, or are they going to have a really strong push that you like super hard to deal with here?
Yeah.
Yeah, basic final thoughts on that map. Just super strong aggression and control that Grass just eventually couldn't get it down.
Yeah, pretty much. Now let's move on to Clam Blitz, and Kaput did come out with interesting comp with double splash, brush, and shot, and Grass did come out with VDS shot, roller, and V-Duelings.
I was very shocked to see the comp from Kaput. Very short range, but I think it got the job done.
It did. Just that comp overall have so much aggression that I think Grass just got completely overwhelmed by it and just couldn't get any pushes going. That's why
Yeah.
it was really hard for them to get anything going, really.
hmm That ridiculous stalemate in the middle. I think that lasted like an entire minute there with like no big pushes going up. Let's see. The brush flank. Let's talk about the brush flank at the very end. That was kind of
That-
ingenious, actually. I don't exactly know who it was that took them down, but they could have knocked that out right then and there.
They could have. I think the VDS was maybe trying to either wait for a jump, or they knew the brush was coming, so they had to stay back. But like, either way, good defense and flank.
Yeah, very good defense. Even if they didn't win that match, that was a super strong defense.
Yeah. Is there anything else you would like to add for that Clams game?
No, I don't think so.
Alright, now we move on to zones. Kaput did come back with the same exact comp as the last game. And grass, they came out with Slosher, Shot, Roller, and Explode.
Very high paint power in that composition right there.
Yeah,
I feel like was exactly what they needed to get that win there.
I would also agree with that as well. I also do think that Kaput just didn't have the range at all just to deal with the pressure coming out of the other team's comp, since they didn't really have much to push out of other than like their specials. But other than that, they didn't have anything to like hold zone with or like be defensive on, while
Yeah.
the other team had their Explode, they had bubblers, like even the triple ink strike coming out of the Slosher, which you don't see very often. It really helped them kind of like lock down zone, which was nice to see.
Yes. Not Kettle. Grass's control game, like after that 3 points, they just painted zone and just locked down that entire zone area. Just didn't let Kettle get anything done there.
Yeah.
Unless you have any other thoughts, I think we should move on to our next map.
I don't have anything else, so let's move on to the fifth and final game of that set, Tower Control. Back on Scorch. Kaput did change their comp this time. They came with Gal, Splash, Slosher, and Range Blaster. And Grass in turn stuck with their comp. Yeah.
So, Kettle, they had very strong aggression just that entire game. It was very, like, I don't know what the word for it is, but it was just like a very strong, like, kind of feel to that entire match coming from Kettle.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say the Hydra. I think the Hydra kind of deemed a slight problem for Kaput, since it's kind of
Yeah.
against no anchors, and you know
Yeah.
it's a Hydra, so
Hydra's a little bit of a nuisance against really anything.
yeah. And also at the end, I did kind of notice that nobody was really like watching the tower at all, because the roller just kind of jumped
Like,
in and
went on
just
tower.
annihilated whoever was on tower and just took the game. So
Yeah, I want to say that was Blaster on tower.
I think,
Yeah, I think it was Blaster on tower.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, at
too.
the very end, they were just getting like a little, like, I think they were focused on like pushing up, so they weren't really expecting anyone to directly attack tower there.
Yeah, and then the roller just kind of appears and no
Yep,
more
and-
blaster.
Then they stop the overtime and get the win.
Yeah. But yeah, good job to Grass for taking that game 5 and making their way to grand finals.
Yeah.
Now for your grand finals map list, and apparently this is a rematch from the round 3 stream. So this will be interesting since both teams have played each other before. Let me just
Alright, let's see what.
So let's see this map list we have here. We have first off, it'll be starting off on Rainmaker Mincemeat. It seems to be with Gamy Grass and Divine Deity, I think it was. Oh,
It looks like
they're also in the ready state, so yeah.
already we are
Um,
ready, so
I
we'll
guess
be
we
going.
aren't gonna be going over the map to modes, but we'll in turn be handing it over back to our commentators for this grand finals.
All right,
Right.
thank you both very much. We're hopping back right into the first match of the finals of Divine Deity versus Gamy Grass. After that strong win from Grass, let's see if they can keep it going.
Let us see. And this is a the analyst has talked about this as a rematch. This is a 3-0 rematch. So how much did Grass learn from their the 3 losses in the past, and what can Divine Deity do to secure the advantages that they had earlier on?
All right, looks like Deity's taking some hits with the Rainmaster early. Let's see if they can get up onto the top to grab it. With that Hydra standing right there behind that block to just stop Grass from grabbing any chance to grab it.
As we do have the team colors swapped for you at the moment, because we do know that is NM on those Dapple Doolies. Here we go, as that roller comes out and takes Uttery down on that Junior. Finding some good space. The machine from Divine trying to find the kill on this roller cannot at the moment. But the sniper will.
That sniper won't be stopped. No, not even.
Somehow, someway. Oh, they're just partying. They need to throw it down before they can take another shot, and they do get the Wavebreaker down. And the Rainmaker has fallen, and the roller has fallen. This is Divine Deity's chance to go in.
Oh. And that E-leader working real hard to keep the enemy team off of the Rainmaker, but not being able to take it. Oop.
Junior falls, Dapples fall, but will they be back with the Tacticular? No, the Tacticular buff just running off, and the E-leader has fallen as well. Machine is last alive. They need to stay alive and defend this Rainmaker's first checkpoint. Great Fizzy! Gets 2 with 1 Fizzy Bomb, and they get a 3rd.
Oh, ooh, rough hits.
That was a drink that you did not want to have.
That's for sure. And Deity dropping a beacon right next to their Tacticooler for a little extra oomph, and let's see if they can. Oop! Oh, the Dualies just take the hit right in the center there, waiting for the Rainmaker to respawn.
Yeah, the Hydra's got that extra way more range than the Dapples could ever imagine for, and that fall off from the Hydra, able to find what they need. Their team now falling down around them, throwing that Weeabomb bomb at that big bubbler, not finding anything other than destroying that bubbler, which could be good. Except that the Dualies have beacons.
Let's see if Grass. Oh nope, Grass loses the Hydra, which it could really hurt him because that Hydra's been pulling a lot of weight, keeping that Rainmaker from moving.
Neither team has made any progress, really, truly at all, towards these checkpoints. Just little points at the moment. So I'm waiting to have like a good 3 down, 4 up scenario before any team really has a good opportunity to get that checkpoint down.
That might be what we have to wait for, because everybody's just duking it out in the middle, trying to knock the other team down before they grab the Rainmaker.
But those kills are going to be Tacticular, so Divine's already back up. So they only the Dapples got it. So the E-leader in the machine, they're going to have to take a little bit of extra time before they get it. And the roller's going to back off and retreat. Neither team wanting to push anywhere. We're having Mincemeat Clams gameplay on Mincemeat Rainmaker.
Okay, let's see. Okay, Rainmaker's reset. Let's see who can grab it first, if at all. It looks like Deity's taking the lead, trying to use it for a little extra push. The Grass is able to grab it, and oh, that roller does some real good work before getting splatted.
If anybody's watched any of the streams I've commentated before, you know that I always say for the first push, a lead is a lead no matter how small. I didn't say it yet this game. And oh my goodness, could it be proven to be true.
You see that E-Leader coming back in, just doing some work.
And the lead's still not swapped. The Hydra able to shut it down. Able to shut down
Ooh.
the E-Leader as well.
And the Hydra gets 1-2 in a row. Oh, before...
Oh, but they grab the Rainmaker and get the lead off of it! And they're gonna dunk it on the... How? I was just a junior!
Oh, that hurt to watch.
Oh my gosh. Was that a Tactical Junior? As we see the shot coming up. Gets one, gets two from the flank. They're gonna watch out. The Dapples take them down, and here goes the Rainmaker into this pedestal. But they won't, if they dunk it, they won't have the lead. That's that. Both checkpoints are gone for both teams. Divine needs this pop so badly. Oh, and they stop the Rainmaker, but not before the lead gets swapped.
By 1 point, with almost 30 seconds on the clock.
Oh, wow. Both these teams just duking it out. The Hydra's still staying alive. That's the best defensive option for Gamy Grass right now. If the Hydra falls, I believe so will their lead.
Oh, let's see. Oh, no, there goes the Hydra. I think they just got taken out by the E-Leader, but it looks like they swapped.
They did trade in a scenario, but the Hydra will take some time to get back up. And that Trizuka gets a massive double. Just going to be NM here on these Dapple Dooley trying to pop this Rainmaker. They need to get it. They need to grab that Rainmaker, and they need to live. And that's what they won't be able to do.
That's game. Wow. What
Just
a match.
1 point past the checkpoint. That's all
Just
that it was.
1 point. Just 1 point. What a pull for Grass. That Hydra player is having a time.
Yeah, great job. Even though there's an E-Leader, they seem to be able to take those long-range 1v1s and win them more often than not. Not something I thought I would ever say.
Poof. And now we're headed to Hammerhead Bridge Clan Blitz. And that's going to be interesting to see because, again, Hammerhead is one of those levels that just funnels everybody right at each other. Doesn't give you a lot of room to work left or right.
We were able to see both of these maps played on different... Mincemeat was still Rainmaker, but Hammerhead was on Splat Zones last set. I would like to remind everybody that both of these teams actually went to, in their series 4 Top Cut semifinals, they both went to game number 5. So they both went that full distance. So they all got to play those maps last set. So they both did play Hammerhead Bridge last set.
So do you think Grass is going to keep pulling with that Hydra? Because that Hydra's doing a lot of work.
On Climates, I feel like they gotta run with it because it's been working for them in the modes that they've been bringing. Even against an E-Leader, they were seemingly able to beat it. They were
swapping really well with that E-Leader. Do you think Deity's going to pull that E-Leader out to try and keep countering, or do you think they're going to go a different route?
E-Leader on Clan Blitz is unique. Against the Hydra, I would always say take it because you can just shut them down. But if you're not hitting your shots on the E-Leader, you probably want to swap off a different weapon because E-Leader's Ink Mines, they don't do anything for you. They do very minimal other than watch flank, and
there's not a lot of flanking in this.
It is fun, but like, it doesn't really help you. I would recommend maybe like E-Leader, but I do know that Misu plays GooTuber, E-Leader, and Splat Charge. That's what they've been running with this.
And here we go in. Let's see it. Let's see what they do.
You could see Goo, but I'm hoping to see just a Splat Charge to see that ink fact. It's good and strong on Clan Blitz pushes. I love seeing the upper half of the bridge. So all right. Oh, and we do see that X-Blosser coming up. And a GooTuber.
Yep. Oh, so we had a disconnect. Looks like we might be
We will be restarting, but we can talk about these comps because those X-Blosser, that Slosher, the Roller, they will be coming out. Those will be the team comps that we will be running with. We did see that Mizu was on that GooTuber. Missiles are. I don't really have to. If you played Splatoon 2, I don't have to introduce you to missiles. If you haven't played Splatoon 2, oh boy, pop missiles, push the objective. That's
I've been playing enough Splatoon 3 to be familiar with the missiles.
yeah, it's. I don't know why they had to bring them back. As somebody that plays the reflux, because I like playing short bows in video games, I don't know why. I really want them to get rid of missiles off of that weapon, but they'll never take a special weapon off of a weapon that already has it. But I hope they do.
We can hope for some new kits coming out in the near future. Like as was said earlier in the earlier rounds, it's still only what 2-3 months of Splatoon 3 being out. Not even 3 months.
Yeah, 3 months will be 3 months will be when we get our next battle pass or catalog book. Fresh.
All right, here we go. Let's see if we can do this again. No Hydra, but the GooTuber for Deity. And let's see.
Their comp is going to be explosive when they push. And Gamy Grass, they're going to be a slow burn.
I don't know. I think that Exploser has enough real aiming power to be able to just knock somebody out, but you have to be able to aim it first.
Yeah, but how fast can you aim it against the tactical players? They go really darn quickly.
Deity's already had a drop, but they already have a clam and a ball and a good number of clams to throw if they can get to it.
Yeah.
But Gamy's putting out some real ink just to keep him from moving.
Smart jump from NM just to try and keep his power clam up. I'd like to see them throw it over the YouTuber so that they can stay all nice and quiet on their thing. As this roller does find one, can they find two? No, but they assist with their teammate. Tacticooler is out for the defense.
Ooh, that roller is picking it up this round. Let's see if they can keep pushing.
If they can go and get this big bubbler down, that would be huge. They take a 9M, but they fall to the machine. The machine is the last alive. Can they get the damage done? They get one flush, but they can't get another. They're out of ink.
You're down. After picking it up from the roller dropping.
Mm-hmm. That is one power climb, which their team has the defensive capabilities, but I don't know if that's enough for them to pull off the entire league of this game. But that is still just a good push.
Deity has the free clam ball down, but nobody's picked it up yet. It looks like
smart because they have beacons. So if the Dapples put a beacon right beside their basket, when they go in for the push, they can put a beacon on the other team's basket. You can jump back to your own basket, get your own power climb, and jump to the other team's basket, to the other beacon, and throw that power climb in. And that's effectively 40 points for free. A little bit of a setup, but.
And there's the roller working hard to keep the center clear before getting taken down. And let's see if they can keep the defense on for grass.
Here they go. What specials do they have coming up? They have a Booyah Bomb at the ready. They do get one kill. Here goes that Booyah Bomb. What can it find? Nothing, as the machine does fall to I believe that was to the roller.
It looks like Deity's is pushing up closer to the basket, but I don't think it looks like they're losing momentum right at that ramp.
They need good missiles and a good Trizuka to really, really bust a hole in the defense of Gamy Grass.
They've got two power clams ready, but it doesn't look like
oh, that's massive!
Oh, that's a 2. Ooh.
That's huge, and they get 3 down. They just need to find out where the Explosher is, and they know exactly where they are. They've got them 10 missiles. Explosher can't really fight that in that distance. Can the Explosher win that? No, they can't. And there's 3 power clams on their way to the basket.
Oh,
One
no.
goes in, 2 goes in. Can this be 3?
That goes 3. In. Oh, that is a hard loss for Grass. Just Deity coming in, pushing with some extra clams just to push the numbers down.
Salt in the wound. Oh my gosh. That Trizuka was exactly what they needed. Followed up by the 10 missiles on the Explosher. Explosher could not fight all 3 members of Divine that were still alive with that tactical buff. Amazing push.
Okay, let's see where we're following right here. We are following Trizuka to take some hits, but they don't get knocked. Let's see if Grass can keep pushing. Third ink strike. There's 1, there's 2, there's a 3rd.
Wow, and they throw the power climb. They can't get it quite forward. Big Bubbler's out. They have the power climb still at the ready. Can they throw it in? They do have it in, and another one is coming on.
2, I think we just saw that. We just saw that. It looks like Grass just grabs that free ball and jumps to that big bubbler to throw it in, and they take the lead with a couple extra clams. It looks like
they got that good lead with a minute remaining. Now, can they defend? Do they want to defend this whole thing? Because this game is tight, man. We know both teams can push.
Let's see if they could. A whole minute. It's enough time for somebody to really take that win.
Your 10 missiles up and your Gootuber is gone. That's going to be really detrimental to your push. But if we come up with another massive Trizuka here, that can all be turned around. Gets one kill with it. Can they get in a second? Yes, they can.
Oh, here we go.
No, NM going in. Does not find the targets that they need. The rollers are struck underneath that power clamp. And the rest of the members of Deity just holding back. But they need more specials. They need a way to break through.
Grass really doesn't have to push. They can hold. If they can hold the line here, they can hold this win. But Deity's really putting on the pressure.
Here goes that Trizuka. They need to find the kills. They get one kill. They can't find another. They do have 2 Paracons, and that will be enough for them to get the lead.
Let's see, can Deity make this push to get that win?
They won't have enough time to get another Trizuka at the ready. Need to have like missiles or a good beat Booyah Bomb or something.
Here we go, overtime. Let's see if Deity can push it in.
You're getting real close.
Oh, they got
there they
3
go.
Oh,
they gotta go. They gotta go.
They got this. Oh, here we go. We got one up the ramp.
They have to get in there. They're not gonna be able to get there in time. And that will be game. Gamy Grass, they're already up in the series 2-0. Their defense was so strong.
And that was a match to watch. Wow.
Both teams trading back and forth.
The work, especially from that roller, it's always up and down, fling some ink, up, down, fling some more ink. Just, oh wow! But that triple play with those power clams from Deity, you'd think they could have clinched the win right there if they had just had some more clams to grab right at that moment.
Yeah, it was really difficult. They tried to find their way in right at the end. That big bubbler, those tri-strikes just creating a nice big wall. The Explosher just raining down constant damage. And relying on the Trizuka to really find you, like all their pushes came off of Trizukas. That's a dangerous way to play. Because that's pretty much forcing your splatter shot every single time having to come up massive to let your team even have a chance in the game.
To have that be your linchpin, very dangerous, very dangerous. Alright, so our next map is Oahu World Splat Zone. And this is a fun map just because of the way that you can go to the enemy side, the different directions you can approach from. This is going to be interesting.
This will be interesting. Gamy Grass, they got 3-0'd by Divine Deity in the round robin. Can they pull out with this big 3-0 in our grand finals? We will see after this Wahoo game. Both teams locked and loaded. Reverse sweep needed for Deity.
All right.
Are we rocking with the Gootuber? No sniper. No long-range sniper, I should say, coming out on this usually dominant long-range sniper map.
And it looks like Grass is coming out with the roller again. Let's see if they can keep it strong. Deity with the first grab of the zone. And a Tacticooler right next to it.
Popping that Tacticooler, following to that Trizuka. The Zuka not able to find those torpedoes, causing a lot of chip damage. Deity had the first lead, but Grass is now in control of the zone.
And we just saw Deity there lobbing in some burst bombs to try and wrest control back, but it's not enough to even just lose it to get it away from Grass. Not to mention, actually taking it. We got Deity dropping some missiles, but not enough to get any hits.
No, the missiles did cause a lot of space and control, but now they need to get the zone. They need to get the zone cap. Can NM stay alive for this Tactical? And they can. The Gootuber and allowing them to make enough space, force this shot back. But the shot has this Trizuka, and here it goes. They should be able to. Oh, I thought they were gonna pop it. No, they're just gonna go backing off and trying to accrue some more points on the zone as they start shooting us off towards the crowd.
But he's ready just to get a hit right through the side there. Ooh, that's a good shot.
And the lead will be swapping on into Grass's favor. Deity giving that up right at the last moment. But here goes the Tacticooler. Can NM find some more work in here? Roller has fallen. The rest of the teammates around him have fallen. Just a sniper.
And
here they go. Zap finds one. The YouTuber is being pressured so heavily by the spot. Just that range values.
Oof. They're putting out... It really looks like Grass is putting out a lot more damage than Deity can handle. We keep seeing the center swap back and forth. And Grass holds it there for a good couple of seconds without any input from Deity. The Crab Tank trying to take it, but not putting out enough ink to take control.
With the shot going down on Grass's side, that's going to allow Divine to grab the zone, paint it up, but they have to watch out for these triple ink strikes coming out of that slosher. They want to hold on. They need to hold on for a long time. They need to pressure this slosher because this slosher just doing too much damage.
Let's see. They've almost tied it up. Oh, but they lost control. Let's see if they can get it again. Just look at the ink go down in the center. Ew. And Grass takes control again, only to lose it.
Only to lose it in a neutral situation. The machine does see the roller and gets that effective trade. They die to the curling bomb.
Oh, it's almost a full wipe for Grass. Let's see if they can keep going though, because the pressure they're putting on Deity to keep in the match.
I want to see
taking control.
I want to see Deity push up. They need to push up. They need to take this ledge control away from the Explosion. They can't give the Explosion space.
Oof, another head.
Oh, they're 1 point away. Can them hold on to this? They can.
Yeah,
they
can. They take the lead. Oh.
Massive. And here goes the Zap. Zap gets one. Can the Zap get two? No, the Explosion is going to be back at... But can they get the jumps? They get another one. But they fall to the third. But the zone keeps ticking. Massive job. Because NM's already back. Had the tactical buff.
And there's some ink strikes going down from Grass. But, oh wow, look at that wipe.
Just a slosher. No time. The map's too big. The slosher has to come up massive and get 3 kills here and the zone flip. And that's the start.
Ooh.
That's the start of a long road for Divine Deity to stay back and come back alive in this series.
But what a start! It looks like they might have finally found their jam for it.
Wow. Great job. Some heroic plays, but that Explosion just causing so much chip damage. As soon as I took away the space from the Explosion, they were able to run up the zone timer, and Divine Deity was able to walk away with the zones map. But it was so chaotic in the neutral.
It really was. There's just so many moments of neutral time, trading ink back and forth, trying to get just enough to get that control. But Deity was really able to pull it out and to keep pushing Grass away from the center. And we're moving on to our next match, the Macomart Tower Control. How do you think this one's going to play out?
Oof. Roller on Macomart is disgusting. Tacticooler is not great on Tower Control. That's a thing that I'm worried about for Deity. If they can make it through this Macomart game, I feel like they have a good chance. Because the roller on this map, when you got the paint around it, when you got the Explosion doing all of its paint, all of its chip damage onto that tower with the shot running around, I feel like this is Gamy Grass's map to lose. They've got all the advantages. The only thing that they don't have is, I would say, a blaster, but you've got a roller. You don't really need to play a blaster.
Do you think we'll see them pull the Hydra back out to replicate their win in the last match?
Hydra on this map can be good on tower control, and I could see them pulling it out. Definitely could. But here we go. Gamy Grass, they are still on series point.
Oh, there's the Hydra, though.
Yep.
And a roller. We still have the YouTuber.
Both these teams knowing what's on the table. Both these teams not wanting to fall here.
Mm-hmm. And this is a tough one too because there's so many there's 3 checkpoints before the win. It's such it can go either way, honestly.
The second checkpoint here is the map defining one. It's usually the second checkpoint on most maps, but it's truly the second checkpoint on this map. However fast you can get there and however fast you can keep control of that.
The thing though that I really that this map might really make a difference on is that with all of these different levels, that roller really likes to jump and fling ink, and that can really make a difference if you know where to fling it.
Yeah, Zap able to take that 1v1 with a shot, even though it takes 4 shots still, and the shot takes 3. It was still able to come out on top. And here goes Deity. Their push should be going here. They got a 3-up advantage. They've got some specials. This is looking good for them. What can they get done?
They've looks like Deity takes the lead, but can they keep it?
They got the big bubbler on that tower. They were able to run through that first checkpoint. Polar's gonna see here, but they have to watch out for that tactical. They're gonna get squatted, splashed before they can find any of those kills. This is Zap falling, but they should be back with those buffs. Splatter shot does have the missiles. Can they live in mid? That first checkpoint, very crucial.
Some good moves by that splatter shot to see if they can. Oh, too soon.
Too soon indeed. The big bubbler and the Booyah Bomb coming out from Deity. The counteracting tri-strike to also pressure out that tacticooler. What can Deity do? They pop their specials and they have not found any kills with them.
Looks like Deity's ready to take the tower back when it hits the center. We got a couple of the team members hanging out, just waiting for the right moment to strike. You can see if Grass can get it away from him. They're on the tower.
Here goes that roller.
Look at this
Big
roller.
bubbler.
Look at that roller go.
Oh, and that's two down for Deity. Grass, this is the opportunity. They got the Hydra on that tower. Great spot. What can really take them off of that? Nothing at this moment. They actually get the lead off.
Especially if that Hydra finally gets some backup, but they have to run away because they don't have any backup. Whew.
They jumped off, but that's okay. They'll be able to get to it now. Big bubbler protected Hydra. So scary.
Let's see if Deity can. Oh! I would say let's see if Deity can take it right before getting run over by that roller.
Here they go. The Slosher and the Hydra left alive for Gamy Grass. They're making their way to the third checkpoint. Can they get to it? They can. Hydra pops up Booyah Bomb, throws it down on the ground. Pressure out the machine. They're 2-1 before they're down to the third checkpoint. Third checkpoint is gone. That is massive.
Oh man, some good work by Deity there. Let's see if they can bring it back to the center.
They have a long road ahead of them. 3 checkpoints on this map. Like, second checkpoint is really hard to get to. Third checkpoint, oh my gosh. They have so much work. If they can find the Hydra here, that is a good start.
Oh, you hate to see it, because that Hydra does some good work when they need to. Oh!
One the shot.
Deity taking some more kills on that corridor just to keep Grass back.
As long as they can keep getting these members of Grass down without losing any of their members, he can really start snowballing.
Ooh, that Hydra coming back out.
Hydra does find one. Will they be able to find a second? No, but their teammates will have to back up to those missiles. We're just outside of a minute, and Gamy Grass, they have the chokehold. They have the series within their grasp.
All they have to do is keep Deity from taking the tower, and they could clinch it like this because the lead is so wide, but we still have a minute left in the match.
We have Bomb coming out. They do see where the shot and the roller are on the side of Gamy Grass. Can they be punished? The shot gets punished. Now they're looking for the roller. If they can get those kills, that is amazing. They see the Hydra as well. That's 3 down.
Oh, that's
they still
have
the big bubbler at the ready. This is what can start the ball rolling. Well, that's an early big bubbler though. They don't have it for the second checkpoint. Zap needs to find the Hydra.
The Hydra goes down again.
They need to find this roller. If NM finds that roller, that will be another thing. The tri-strikes are going to be the last. If NM can find that, if the Zap can find it, that's great. Now they have this third checkpoint. That's the last thing they have to deal with. Missiles will get ready, and here they go. 14 seconds. The roller's on the tower. Roller's going around for the tower. Can the Zap live? No, they can't.
The Hydra's standing right there.
1 point. That's all, and that's going to be a wipeout right at the end.
Wow.
The Deity not able to come out with it. And Gamy Grass will be walking away as your tournament winners.
Gamy Grass, the Hydra sitting on that tower at the closing screen. What a feeling. I hope we can get a screenshot of that for them because Hachimachi. What a match.
Wow. Amazing job from Gamy Grass. Able to find their way, find their footing just at the very end. And a great job from Divine Deity. To bring it back, I thought it was a write-off. They had to fight against a roller and a Hydra who were just shredding them on that tower.
Congratulations to Gamy Grass for that clinch of a win. Wow. It could have gone so differently with just, the one special, the one secondary in the right place. But that Hydra really pulled out and made the statement of this is why this is an anchor, and this is why people play this unwieldy beast of a gun.
Yeah, that was good. And with that, we will be calling our analyst over to talk about it. We're gonna stay here as well and talk with them about what had happened on the games and update you on the standings of the other two brackets.
So, what do you guys think of that match?
What a game! That was that was intense. Like,
I honestly don't know where to start. I'm gonna be honest. There was a lot to say. Let's
2
quickly
points
go.
away.
I think it was 1 point.
1 point.
actually.
1 point.
Oh, it's
Deity
1 point.
ended at 9, and Gamy had it at 8.
Oh,
Just that
dang.
close. On both sides.
Yeah, that
you
was-
have to feel for Divine though, being 1 point away, and then they still have to play another game on a game 5. Man,
Ooh. I would love to be in both of those voice chats right now because I'm sure Grass is losing their entire mind, and Deity is also probably as well. I'm pretty sure that's one of those points of I don't want to say somebody's Switch went through a TV, but somebody's Switch might have gone through a TV.
It's
well, is there any match? Let's just quickly go through all of the matches. Rainmaker, obviously both sides have played each other before, so I'm assuming they might have, based their comps on their previous encounter. So I was interested in having the Junior and Apple together, which is something you not really see. I did feel like the Dapple didn't have that much presence as much as you'd have a Zap, but that's just me.
The Dapple Dually is they're a good mid. I feel like they're a good mid weapon. They just with all the other weapons you have to be able to be where you need to be to apply that pressure correctly with the Dapples, and I just don't think they could find that.
Yeah.
That's the thing. The Zap and Dapple player on the side of Divine, they only play tactical weapons. So, their other option was to play Dynamo there, and then they would really. I'd find that they would just slow their team way too much down. But maybe the NZAP would have been better if they picked it up a little sooner.
Perhaps.
Yeah, they were both running tacticooler, so you really think they would have decided, we have one tacticooler, we need something else so we can apply a little more pressure during these matches, and they just didn't have that. The fighting, the brawling, especially in the mid of the Rainmaker, just intense, but just not enough pressure from Deity to keep Grass off of their feet.
Yeah. Now let's move on to the Clam Blitz game.
That Clam Blitz was disgusting. Deity really put in some hard work on that, especially with that three ball, just 1, 2, 3 into the basket.
That's a really rough push to be able to deal with.
The push was so good, but all their pushes came down to the Trizuka. How many kills did the Trizuka get? The beacons were great because they were allowed their team to come back to them really quickly, but I didn't see enough from the machine or the GooTuber to get value out of getting the kills that they needed to go in and get the zone, get those points on the boards. It felt like it was just the only thing that was pushing was the shot in that game.
Yeah.
And we even saw it at the end of the match there, where I believe it was Grass was able to take their free ball from the basket and use that beacon to get that last minute ball into the basket against Deity, which hurt to watch.
I would also like to point out that last defense thing with the Slosher's triple ink strike. If he did not have that ready, it was over for Grass, but he threw that ink strike down and it just completely stopped their push, and then overtime ran out and the game was over at that point. So good good ink strike usage by them.
That's why it's good to know, you have your team, you have your ults, you know when to use them.
Yeah. Now let's move over to the Zones Wahoo game.
That match, as I said earlier, watching the paint swap back and forth before Deity was able to take zone control and keep Grass away from it. That was some fun watching.
Yeah. I think once Divine kind of had their Expo set up on how they wanted and how they wanted to kind of go, I think Grass just couldn't really get in how they wanted to, especially with the goo not really providing too much other than missiles, in my opinion.
What did you think of Deities using their crab tank? I felt like they should have tried to push it more into the zone or against Grass's side, but it felt like they always popped the tank, kept it in a corner, and just kept it shooting into the zone to try and get a little more paint, but didn't really help them when it was doing it.
Yeah. I'd agree with you there.
It's like, it feels like when you have the crab tank, you want that crab tank out in front because you get a little extra armor. You get, especially when you can get the actual shots going at a high speed, you can really just clear a swath in front of you. And it felt like it really wasn't utilized much in that match, and they relied on a lot of their support to really paint the zone and keep control.
Yeah, one of the major turning points there was NM's Zap. Going in and getting that triple kill off of that Tacticooler and taking away the Explosher's space. And they punished the jumps, allowing the YouTuber to cap zone. And even though he died in that situation, the Expulsor got pushed back, and then they were able to have the YouTuber and the machine really just kind of force the Expulsor away. And the zone just kept ticking, and then it came down to one fight where Trizuka got a double kill and the machine got one with a fizzy, and that was what wrapped up game. Because spot zones, once you have no penalty, if you win 2 fights in a row and there's no penalty being applied, you win the game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it feels like so we saw this in the Clan Blitz map, and we saw here the Trizuka again coming in and being a real linchpin for Deity. Do you think it's just that they kept relying on that a bit too much, especially in the last match, which was the tower control match? Because I don't think I don't think I saw that Trizuka work very much in tower control, did I?
Trizuka doesn't work as well on tower control because of the tower itself. It has some weird hitboxes, which I'm trying to understand. Because it's got some weird things, and the middle tower really destroys its hitbox. But I really also didn't feel like they were hitting the shots that their team absolutely needed from them, because on that Clan Blitz game they needed their team to hit those shots, and they were able to land their splatter shots, which I did find very entertaining to watch.
Mm-hmm. And not to mention just the synergy between the roller and the Hydra on that tower control. Like, those were both... Deity just couldn't... It feels like Deity just couldn't figure out how to handle those two weapons working together.
I'll let one of you two take that one away, if you want.
Nugfrog, got anything to add to that?
Not really. I think y'all hit a lot of the major points of that area right there.
Well, I can talk about the Hydra and the roller combination. The big bubbler from the roller is not a weapon. Take advantage too much of its big bubbler outside of splat zones, and the Hydra would love to have big bubbler, and it having its big bubbler is on tower. Just let it, and the roller able to do just sits on it is so dominant. Whenever the roller takes space underneath of a ledge, the Hydra can watch the ledge for the other angles that the roller can't watch, and can just suppress fire. And if you don't really have a lot of chip damage to get like bomb out the ledges, or a sniper to really get get the Hydra moving, that's great. They had the counter in the GooTuber, because the best way to move the Hydra and the roller is 10 missiles, because you see where the roller is, and the Hydra because Hydra just can't sit and take 10 missiles.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you think we're going to see this composition going forward in more competitive things? This Hydra / roller mix.
Hydra Junior, I could see. Hydra Roller is something I might not see too much outside of for fun comps. I don't think we're gonna see that being run by like any of the world championship teams unless the metas change.
Right. Well, we also gotta wrap this up very quickly. But let's quickly talk about that last game, Tower Control. Oh boy, that 1 point game.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I will have to say at the start of the game, Divine did kind of have a tendency to do some early bubblers, and so did Grass, but like otherwise, extremely close game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You expect to see that in a level that doesn't have a lot of checkpoints for tower control when the Macromart, there's Macromart, right?
Yeah.
The Macromart has three checkpoints, so that's a lot of pushing, and that's a long match to play and to use your ults early on.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it was something like Hammerhead Bridge, that I could understand because it's 2 checkpoints, 1 checkpoint even.
I don't even remember. I don't think I've ever played Tower Control. Actually, no, I have. It's been a while. It's 3 checkpoints, but the third one is very deep.
Yeah.
Right. Man, it was, and it came down right to that wire because that very end push by Deity, if it had just been maybe a little better communication and a little better control, they might have been able to push and at least get to a draw and get to overtime.
It's so hard though, because you're in that your back was already against the wall in the game before, but when the push happens in that tower control game all the way down to 8, you're really sweating, and you know that you've got a long road ahead of you, and it's for the tournament. You lose that game, you lose the tournament, and it's like, all right, this game's probably lost, but you can't say that this game's lost because you need to win the game to move on, to stay alive. So it's you have to dig really deep, and they dug extremely deep. Divine did an amazing job, but Gamy Grass came up clutch in the final moments just to also not choke, because those are another things. You see that tower starting snowballing towards your base, and you're sweating and you're so nervous, and they were able to luckily defend from that 5th and deciding game, which I think is also extremely difficult.
All right. Well, with that,
We're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, we are gonna wrap it up here. As a small little teaser for anyone left, there is Off the Dial's 5th anniversary is coming up this February, and there are some plans in progress to do for y'all. And yeah, and also shout out to all of the staff behind the scenes, and also Lily, one of our analysts that had to leave a bit earlier, and also to our commentators, Jeannie and Green over here, and our other commentators from earlier, Kendall and Chater. And then yeah, we are going to rating Dapple Productions as they're hosting right now they are doing, I believe, Squid Junction.
Yeah, Squid Junction.
Yeah, they're doing Squid Junction right now, so you'll be heading over down that way. But if anyone doesn't have anything else to say, I think that's it.
I'll see y'all over on Squid Junction later, because I'll be on at 10 Eastern. So yeah, we've got to say thanks to Wolf and DJam especially for really putting this great tournament together.
Thanks a whole lot to KMXRN for being actually hosting the stream, so we can commentate on this. Beautiful work. Thumbs up, my man's. And congratulations again to Gamy Grass for that just out of the back win on both of those rounds. Once against Deity and one against, what was it? It was against Kettle. Just some primo chef's kiss work.
Yeah, with that, we will be ending the stream off here.
Yep.
Yep.
Goodbye, everybody, and have fun at Apple.